At IBM in 1969, with a young Irish man named Patrick, with reddish-brown hair and a beautiful young Colombian woman named Patty. I took on some more programming jobs, turning crap into gold. They were impressed. Were there great minds at IBM? Well, yes and no, with the logical reasoning types being the yes and the feeling, emotional types being the no. There was also a dearth of females, and yet, for all the lack of them, the males didn't even seem interested. The place was a kind of a nerd world. Many would stay and work late, even those who were married. I bought a car, a new rare four-door 1970 Ford Maverick, deep blue with a black vinyl roof. We started going out to lunch a few times a week, and then dinner. I told her stories. She was so easy to talk to, and she loved that I was a poet. Or did my nature pave the road of love, or was she the one looking? We became closer, and so her saga eventually unfolded. For it is then that secrets get revealed, which in turn cement the friendship even further. Not bad for $2,000. I was coming out of my depression. I wasn't totally myself again yet, but I was well enough to attract the attention of Patty Hernandez, a Colombian beauty. She had a nice apartment at Cal Rock Manor right on the Hudson River. She had made dinner for me. This was getting serious. Dessert made it for sure. The next day, during lunchtime, we went walking on the river cliffs behind IBM, very high above the Hudson River, where there were no trespassing signs, for I guess someone might fall off and sue the company. The water sparkled. The day was perfect. A miracle had descended on me.
Patrick, I'm torn. I love us, but I'm supposed to get engaged to someone who I don't know, although we've met. Our families have arranged this back in Colombia, and I'd been stalling. Then I got a job here a year ago, thank God. But I think I have to go through with it, just to show I tried, to respect the old folks.
So if it works, you're fine, and if it doesn't?
Then I can eventually get out of it, but I may have some bit of unknowns in between.
And yet you are so alive, so powerful, so happy, and so joyous that it wouldn't really get you down, would it, if that's how it went? Your smiles say it all.
True, I'm fairly invincible.
So what can I do for you?
Keep on being my friend and lover and going out with me no matter what.
Well, you're all I could ask for and more, but I may get drafted this year, plus you should really give your marriage a chance if it comes to that. Sometimes people grow to love each other in those situations.
Well, for now, you and I fine, so let's not worry about it until we have to. However, I called him yesterday.
And?
He feels the pressure too, but he doesn't want to get married. He's not interested, says he would run off. He just wants to keep on doing whatever it is that he does in Colombia. I didn't want to know what he does, and he didn't bring it up.
We'll take it as it goes.
Thanks, Patrick.
My office mate, Mike Monachino, who was married, still got all worked up over seeing Patty, for she'd stopped by my office to ask me to go on a coffee break with her or to lunch. Yeah, Mike, about Patty, it all just snuck up on me, just like that, sort of.
You couldn't help but be charming, though.
Have to keep the customers happy.
When did you suspect romance?
When she began sitting closer and closer to me.
I'll be darned. You go off and do great work, and then out of nowhere she falls into your lap.
That's how it was. I wasn't trying anything, me being new and all that. One thing leads to another.
Don't say that you were lucky.
How come?
One often makes their own luck.
As you are. Yeah, I'm seeing that with Patty. She's totally modern, but has ties to the old world in South America that are tugging on her. She was dying to freely live and love, and there I was.
She's always upbeat, fantastic personality. Perhaps she'd been waiting for the right person.
Yeah, probably. That's one of the things I like about her. She rises above all pettiness and politics. Just lets them sail right on by. I read her some poems on our first outing, and she liked them.
She's a good engineer.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that she didn't have to be beautiful for that.
She's dedicated.
Yeah. I'm taking her to a special place for lunch today. Mariner's Harbor, right on the river, just across it and almost under the bridge. It just opened for the season.
Take some extra time. It's a beautiful day. and you two have a drink on me and then wait there until it wears off. Here's $10. If anyone comes around looking for you or her, I'll say you're in a meeting not to be disturbed until 2 p.m. or so.
By your command. And it's true that we'll be in a meeting.
Live it up. You're free.
I know how depression feels.
What happened?
My girlfriend back in Illinois died in a fire. We'd been together 4 years.
I'm so sorry. Does one ever get over something like that?
No, I'll be under it until some more time passes. I make the good times bright in my mind.
You didn't show any signs of depression.
I couldn't afford to, but it's passing.
From work, this new place, and Patty?
Yeah.
You have great strength. Can't imagine what you might do on full speed.
Thanks, Mike.
What about Donna over there?
IBM had her pose for a photo with the new machine to be announced. Sometimes she goes to lunch with us. She's a good friend. She's married, but she doesn't talk about it.
How about that? She's an IBM model. And I saw her husband out carousing in a bar where I was drowning my sorrows the other day.
Sometimes Raven Diddy goes out to lunch with me, Patty, and Donna.
He's an upstanding guy.
Which means he has an eye on Donna for the future, but is being careful of the situation.
Tough spot. Not too many women at IBM.
Yeah, and a lot of the single men couldn't care less, for they're really into their work. Some even have a mattress in their office behind the door.
They're going to ruin this place. We can't have standalone people being the only experts on just one thing. What if they leave or get sick?
I overhear some of the married men getting calls from their wives to come home for dinner.
Or to cut the grass. They come in on the weekends too.
They probably say to their wives, "Honey, I'm going out to have an affair." And their wives say, "You can't fool me. You're going to the lab again, aren't you?"
Good one. Have a wonderful lunch. I hear heels coming way down the hall.
We'll be pretending we're in Tahiti there.
I'll be here, getting ready for a big meeting later.
That's how it is when you're moving up fast.
Yeah, stuck to my ambition.
To us. A train crawled across the river bridge, limited to 5 miles an hour on the old structure that was built in 1888, it being the longest of its type then. Another train lumbered by just next to the restaurant. It was a long one. Ducks and seagulls landed near our outside table asking for bread. The waves lapped at the edges of the platform. Boats went by or took off from the docks. The afternoon wore on. We usually had the place to ourselves at this later time, with but a few early dinner eaters drifting in. The river was wide at this point, and the sun shone its brassy glow upon it. I was writing JCL, which means Job Control Language, for the new VT process. Mostly it relates program file names to the right data sets to be connected or generated and passed on to the next step. Patty was designing the new I/O processor. She'd been promoted. It was a good move, for now she could also size up the locations for the error checkers.
We have the river surrounded, Patrick. Day here and night over there.
I sleep well there, Patty.
I'm happy to tire you out.
We'd go straight to her place on these types of days. No use going back to work to read the notes put on my desk, some of them even silly love notes from intern Laura. My cup overfloweth. Well, maybe some would pan out in the future for IBM. Patty put her work aid, got up and slowly danced for me to the soft music that ever played in this place. Her eyes were round and bright, her figure well-formed, her hair jet black, her near Colombian-style dress made such that her cups would tend to runneth over. And they pay me to be here.
I've liked your poetry so much that I've begun to write my own, Patrick. I'll show it to you tonight.
We can read it out on your porch under the full moon.
What got you into poetry, Patrick?
Everything I ever wrote was for or about love.
Ah, it's the best subject.
And the best reason for living too.
We're as married now.
It is like that.
It's been 5 months.
And I suspect we'll have about 5 more.
Don't go off and die in some faraway land.
I'll have to go off, but I won't die. It seems that I am invincible. I'm ever within the eye of the hurricane of death.
I'm still so high every day about us. It's even still increasing.
Whatever it is that makes for love, it's the most superb combination that nature ever came to form. Its existence seems hardly even hinted at by its essence.
Why did there have to be a war? Can we be together always, no matter what?
If I know that it's okay all around.
Maybe my life won't come to that. I'm hoping everyone just ends up dropping this arranged marriage thing.
Enough time will do that, maybe. They'll forget about it.
It's a big thing to them. For now, they are very firm about it.
You're here, and they're there.
Yeah, that helps, but they're planning to move here next year.
Yikes, and I'll be gone.
You'll never be gone to me.
2 long years.
Dreadful, yes.
This is the first time I've ever seen you sad.
Our love has swallowed me up, and even now I urge it on, unafraid to plunge into the very depths of it. No holding back, all out.
Quench your whole being in it, for I do, and I'll never let you down. In 1969, at the restaurant on the river, with a young Irish man named Patrick, with reddish-brown hair, and a beautiful young Colombian woman named Patty. Remember that day that some people here liked talking with us and took us on their boat and even said that we could use their boat anytime?
Yeah, but we haven't yet.
I know, it's like once you've seen the river up and down, well, you've seen the river.
Yeah.
But it's over there. And they're still away as they said they would be.
Make love to you in the boat?
Yeah, let's make waves.
And they pay me for this.
We soon had most of the United Nations workers going out to Mariners Harbor, about twice a week, once for lunch, and for dinner after work, for then we could stay as long as we wanted. Mike came, sometimes too, with his wife, and paid for everyone. There was Chinese Linda, Chinese David, Indian Rachna, American Laura, American Susan, French Lily, Soviet Elena, American Ken, Korean Janice, American Judy, African Mary, and many more. At work, the rosy future was lumbering along in its preparations, but much quicker than a snail's pace, thanks to Mike's lead. Whatever we needed, we just invented on the fly. No regulations stifling us, no underwriters' laboratories poking around. On some weekends, Patty and I went out 20 miles or so to the Shawangunks, a mountain range south of the Catskills that had glacial lakes on the tops, namely Astai Big Ones, Awasting, Minnewaska, and Mohonk. We ate at their resorts and went swimming in the lakes. It was a glimpse back into an 18th century way of life. Some of the hotels were called mountain houses. We found a trail that led to the edge of the cliffs after 10 minutes or so, and there we lay, on giant slabs of rocks, looking across and down into the forest from such a height that the trees looked like grass. We called our story there, Living on the Edge, which I wrote down back then. The sweet-scented manuscript of our love relationship is open to a most delicious page, on which we live ideally in an intermediate and perfect honeymoon state, delicately and intentionally balanced, so as to forever prolong that magic hour between night and day. We bought a picnic lunch, wine glasses, and after some difficulty, a corkscrew. For some reason, my clothes were out on the hood of the car, and I had to keep reaching out the window to get the next new piece. Patty was amused. The sky was as clear as we were, and we could see right into each other. She started up the gradual rock face that was the beginning of the trail. We followed the blue markers and reached several false summits, sitting and enjoying the view. We could see the Catskills to the northwest and the Wallkill Valley to the east. We followed the trail through the woods for a while and came out to a grassy knoll on the edge of a cliff. The view was breathtaking, and any fall would have been death-taking. Here it was that we decided to live life on the edge in every tempting way. The cliff was triple-tiered, and we selected the second level. We spread our blanket and filled our rose-colored wine glasses. We slowly ate our sandwiches and cheese and spoke to each other in rather hushed voices. Again and again we would look up and out over the never-ending vista. My utter soul was bared and snuggling against hers in an ultimate joining which far transcended the physical. We later laughed and talked about life and love and hopes and dreams and people. The sun was getting warm, so we moved to a shady spot on the lower level of the cliff. As we were romping there, gravity began to draw us down a slight slope. Little by little, I sat up, held onto a tree, and peeked over the edge. Off in the distance, we could see the sky-top tower at Mohonk. We next lay face to face on a large rounded rock cushioned by our blanket. We drew close to each other until we could get no closer. I pulled her leg up and over mine, and we began to become one with the rock and with each other, warm, cozy, and secure. I melted against her, dissolved by love. We became one. We were about, around, next to, and within each other. It was a unity, a oneness, a joining of two beings. It was an indescribable closeness in which normal notions of time and space disappear. We were surprised to feel that our bed seemed to be floating through space. I joked to her that she was truly between a rock and a hard place, but it was no joke. Driving back, she sang Broadway songs to me, and I felt like I was really hearing them for the first time. We stopped in a little town for a cold soda. I'm writing this essay in the morning twilight just before dawn because that's the time of day that represents our relationship. It's no longer night, yet it is not day. Twilight is the only time when the night and day can meet each other and kiss. This is the page to which our book is open. This is the time when we can glimpse Camelot and live in an ideal world. We don't fight, we don't argue, we confide in each other, we live in each other, we live in a perpetual sunrise. Sometimes I feel in my descriptions that I'm grasping at shadows and fleeting images that defy being captured into words because they exist only in the soul's wordless realm. However, some haunting apparitions persist in their rising to the surface, still in their formless and mysterious ways, which the writer can try to translate. We were drenched in the alluring fragrance of the vapor that permeated on through to our souls. Although we had set out on the trail to walk to Gertrude's nose, we had only made it to Gertrude's little toe. On other days in the Shawangunks, we took long loops, walking the old carriage trails through much mountain laurel and rhododendron. We didn't have anything like this back in Illinois.
Give me a summary of your childhood.
I lived with my parents in my grandparents' house at 1030 Winona Avenue until I was 3 or 4. Learning of the flowers and plants there in the backyard, where there was a little pool and a sandbox, and of the fine swing on the front porch on lazy summer days. The bread wagon would pull up in front while the scary scissors-grinding man would come up the alley. I learned to unhook the back porch door with a broom and go out wandering, where I met Tracy, who was several years older, who always watched over me in the alley. There was an unused Model T in our garage, gathering dust, for Grandpa could no longer see well enough to drive. There was also a library of old books that I began to read in later years. The adventures in the alley ever called to me, and still do, across the decades, where there was also a basketball hoop. We moved to a rented house on Euclid Avenue when I was 4 or 5, across from a park in which I take shelter under the wide bushes by myself. From here I spied on those walking down the sidewalk from work or school. Brother Mike was born, and I stood up in bed on one of his crying nights and told him to please be quiet, but it was more like, shut up, shut. High school was 3 miles away, and I'd get up early, have some hard-boiled eggs or cereal, and graham crackers crushed in milk, and walk to the village bus, 6 blocks away. After school, we'd walk all the way home with friends and sweethearts, Joe Gaynor, Pat Hickey, and I, the trio of mirth. I wore a leather jacket and rode a motorcycle, but was a good student, a rare combination. I remember the football games at the stadium on the autumn evenings, the tail-light parking areas, the dances and plays, and all the school note passing, as well as the Beatles coming into vogue. And then I met you, Patty.
Very interesting. You have spared me the details of your romances for now.
There were several great ones.
I'm glad. It's great for me to be with someone who appreciates and understands females. I love it that you had wonderful girlfriends. You can tell me more next time. I love romance and adventure tales.
We're living one.
It's the best of times, and it's the best of times.
Okay, get ready. Better sit down on this boulder. First, some serious stuff. The God believer is but the result of indoctrination, the sources of which may be geographical, sociological, or familial, and I shall move on in a bit to those who utilize introspection and/or felt sensation. Either way, they want it that the zillion galaxies of the universe are all there for their mammal, Homo sapiens cause, which is the beginning of wrong thinking.
Good, Patrick. For the mistake is to posit a being as fundamental, which no being can be.
What being?
They want not just any old being, but even an infinitely advanced one. No go. The complex composites form later on and evolve.
I'm preaching to the choir?
Yeah, but I like it.
Nor does the eternal basis of stuff, or even nothing, admit to any creation, as it was forever, so to speak, but more like timeless. However, emotion trumps logic for some, and they will neglect reason or not care, for they want what they want, as their own exaggerated importance in the scheme of things. They don't wish to be humble, material creatures who have even been shown to have evolved from little things over 4 billion years, for where's the glory in that? Pride trumps humility.
Brains do odd things to us sometimes.
Yes, for the wires that fire together then wire all the more together, they then going on to rule the show.
My parents are both holy. They say they feel things.
The right hemisphere of the brain is much more holistic than the left, and may even emit a felt sensation of a presence that is wordless, it being a felt sensation. The right brain itself is felt as a presence. One can even feel the right brain side getting a bit warmer when, say, considering a piece of furniture as a whole instead of when inspecting its details.
All in all, the experiences of presences or gods is but the second story atop the neurological first story. But believers are prone to neglect science, or even bash it to keep their notions safe.
The mythic ages will die out as new generations come along, as already seen in Europe and in the once stable US Northeast.
There is nothing to show for God as expected, and everything to show against. A double whammy, yet emotion from introspection strives on, the blind leading the blind. It's only human to do so. Live and let live, unless they ask.
Yes, live and let live.
They grasp for unscientific proofs, such as in OBEs, which are but of sleep paralysis and can even be chemically induced, and also by employing terms right and left like spirit or soul, which are just said, having been invented just for the occasion of the God beliefs, and even then proclaiming them as gospel truth, which is surely an overstatement, and further, a deception when stated factually.
We've always had myths, but we didn't always have science. As God vanishes and the world closes in, especially in these uncertain times, there will still be some who wish to appeal to magic as something to hold on to. Yet, magic ever has strings attached. A little more thought beyond the almost automatic stopping point of thinking no further reveals that we are already free to be, there being no need to restrict oneself to the idea of some strict family father figure of ancient times, whom they, amazingly, even go on to speak for. Alas, myth will not save the world, but will only retard it.
The world is not a safe place. Asteroids, earthquakes, and weather may devastate us and our cities. There is no sure refuge, no hands of God saving us. Extinctions come and go. There were many more near extinctions than the Noachian deluge.
We have advanced via science, not myth. All types of people wish to run their cars, heat their homes, and use appliances. Light shines upon us. The darkest ages are past, but this is no insurance against the same.
Life on this little speck in the cosmos is ever precarious. That it came about at all is both the curse and the blessing. We exist in the middle of nowhere, formed by little or nothing, but in a time of relative ease, for some, and to non-existence we will return, but hopefully living gloriously in the in-between, doing good but for good's sake, the highest ideal.
We're getting serious, but I'll come up with some funny stuff in a while.
That's okay. I can do serious very well. Why do they neglect the paradoxes, Patrick?
Some believers don't wish to deal and respond to the self-contradictedness of the concept of God because then they may have to actually consider it. But their emotions sway them away and back to their suppositional notions, wherein they conceive of invisible beings and talk to them, and even speak for them, concocting more invisible notions such as souls layered on, not caring or even wanting to know that these entities would have to be material in order to talk the talk and walk the walk of the material. However, appeals to magic can take care of that problem.
I've seen it, Patrick. As anywhere they say, huh? Plead ignorance of science? Employ tired old deflections upon the person? Or on emotions as saying the ideas are to inflame and bring hate? It's no wonder, though, for what else do they have? Even more piles of invisibles. After a point that begins to look really silly, and so they just outright neglect the ideas, instead adding made-up words to support their own position, such as soul, angels, immaterial realm, spirit, and other such obvious unshowables, along with the chutzpah to even proclaim them as the truth. It's an invisibility disorder. I only talk about these things with you.
As long as we've made up without proof that an infinitely advanced being just sat around for most of forever marveling at his non-God-given talent until he decided one day to create the whole entire universe that had in it a special place called Earth, we might as well extend these suppositions to say that this divinity of Emerson's incorporated a kind of soul transponder into our highly evolved mammal brains to animate us, and to perhaps provide some outside help for our chemistry exams in college.
She sighed. Might as well make up more. This immortal, immaterial light body thing of a soul lets us talk to God back and forth, and is also what leaves the body at death to go back where it came from, which is perhaps a heaven in which all wishes can come true, along with great peace and happiness. While on Earth, a devil may attempt to retard us, so watch out. What a tall tale.
That's my cue, Patty. So God, who was much older than dirt, in fact, infinitely old, decided to perform some lab experiments one day around 14 billion years ago, or else it was only 4,000, 6,000 years ago supposedly, producing mammal sapiens as his pride and joy. However, he was evidently a poor craftsman, perhaps because he was so old. And so these mammals goofed up left and right, and even up and down and sideways, building and worshipping golden calves and so forth. So he sent Moses, the same Moses who had wiped out so many tribes, to bring the tablets down from the burning bush on the mountain to them. But this didn't have any real effect. So God killed everyone on earth but for Noah and his wife, Yesa. She always had to say yes, as that's how it was in those days. No, she was not really named Yesa, but was Joan of Arc. And then the new mammal's descendants still screwed up in and out, and so God sent some prophets, but this still failed. and so God impregnated a virgin in some magic way, Jesus being the result. Jesus then converted from Judaism to Christianity, but the people crucified him and still acted horrible for nearly 2 millennia, when upon he sent Our Lady of Fatima. But still his creatures were full of evil, and so now the world will come to an end on December 21st, 2024.
She smiled. Now that's funny. Now what about the tallest tale of all?
As evolution never happened, the fossils being planted fakes, it is that God made Adam and all in immutable forms, as is, and separately about 4,096 years ago, seeing that Adam was good, although not that great, placing him in the mother of all gardens, Eden, where the lion and the lamb lay down together, this never producing any lamb chops. Adam was lonely, being the first and only mammal sapiens, plus not even having any childhood memories. For a child he never was, nor even a teenager. In fact, X-rays of his brain showed nothing. God, too, had no earliest memory, he having been around forever. So he felt sorry for Adam and asked Adam if he would like a perfect and very attractive kind of opposite partner with whom he could have love and companionship. Adam said, "Yeah, sure, I'll go for that perfect creature." God replied, "But she will cost you an arm and a leg." Adam, rather liking his arm and leg, said, "What can I get for just a rib, as I can surely spare one of those?" "Well then," God answered, missing the humor of the spare rib, "how about a less than perfect one, but still a very good partner?" Okay. God made Eve right there on the spot, while also adding some lust into Adam and her, although greatly overdoing it. Well, Adam glowed with excitement over this beautiful naked lady, as if he'd never seen one before, which he hadn't, saying, "Holy hot tomato, whoa man, this is fantastic, I'll take her, what a great date." "Okay, she's yours," God said, "and we'll call her woman, as you said, no trade-ins allowed, but she won't cut the grass, take out the trash, or paint ceilings." So what, for I don't even know what those are or care. "And don't touch the apple from Newton's tree, thou shalt not, this is firm." Okay, what the heck would I want to touch that for when I have Eve? True, Adam, and before you get married, she will say that she wants only one thing, you, but after that, then she will say she wants everything. Hey, no sweat, for everything is right here in this garden.
They immediately married and lived happily together for a few minutes, he harvesting her pomegranates and more, as told in The Song of Solomon, and she enjoying his evergreen and growing stalk. Adam telling her right away about the apple, since he didn't have much else in his brain but it and her, as really he had no other previous memories. Well, God must have not been very much all-knowing, for he didn't know that telling these children of his not to touch something meant that they surely would. It didn't help that a snake tempted them into doing so. A few minutes later, they not only touched the apple, but ate it, and so they were cast out. But Eve, who still wanted everything, stole all the flowers we've ever known, spreading them unto the earth.
A good tale, Patrick. So here we are, to suffer, toil, and die, our designer all sad, mad, and disappointed in himself. In 1969, in the Catskill Mountains, next to a flowered pond, with a young Irishman named Patrick, with reddish-brown hair, and a beautiful young Colombian woman named Patty. At least there is love.
Yeah, that's the great part.
How did I find you?
You're asking because you didn't find me. I found you.
I let myself be found.
Yes, you did. And you didn't come on with silly surface flirts like some do.
Those are like power plays, near insults even.
Yeah, you let your inner nature shine through naturally.
And you reflected yours. And you reflected yours.
Any more comedy? Whatever happened to Adam and Eve?
Well, Eden's line and longevity was very strong, and such as even Methuselah, who lived for but a mere 969 years. He died on the 11th of Cheshvan of the year 1656, Anno Mundi, after creation, 7 days before the beginning of the Great Flood. According to Rashi in Gen 7:4, the Holy One delayed the flood especially because of the 7 days of mourning for the righteous Methuselah in his honor. Methuselah was son of Enoch and the grandfather of Noah. Methuselah had crossed a path without looking both ways and had been run over by a horse cart. The recent find of Osti 2:5 scroll tells us that Adam was yet alive on that day, he too boarding the Ark of Noah, being 1655 years old at that time. In fact, I ran into Adam just the other day, looking innumerable years old at age 4095, but aging quite gracefully. Eve was at his side, yet gleaming with the ripeness obtained from Eden's apple. They revealed to me the formula for true apple cider, which would result in an elixir, not a vinegar. Eden's sinful apple, the cause of it, made for harsh apple cider, but when it was heated with sulfurous brimstone, it soon turned smooth. The hell boiled out of it. Adam was still going strong, but one day, he didn't look both ways when crossing the street and was run over by a truck. Eve found a new guy the very next day, a senior citizen.
Oh boy, I like the stories. Got more?
Yeah, sand trek.
Okay.
Moses was a basket case from the beginning, when the sweet little guy was set adrift in what must have been the high seas to him. Saved by his new step-parents-to-be, he was to become a merciless killer of many tribes. But his main claim to fame, as it turns out, was his getting lost in the desert for 40 years with 650,000 people. Being a man, he couldn't and didn't ask for directions, and God certainly wouldn't give him any. At times, some manna from heaven fell and bonked everyone on their heads. But these were still very tough times. I've walked on sand, and it is really tiring and wearing. Moses, giving rise to the term moseying, led the parade around in circles, often arriving at the rear of the long train, then lapping the whole thing, getting nowhere very fast. The manna ran out, but they ate the sand which was there. However, they still had to go 40 years without water that is not there in a desert. They were so thirsty they became somewhat refreshed by drinking mirages. No archaeological traces remain of the sand trek, but the Bible says they were there for 40 years. They were also immutable on a fixed and flat earth. Arriving in Canaan, they discovered that all was for naught, for their kind was already there. Moses then retired for the next 1,000 years, doing nothing much. I think he's still alive somewhere. So there we were, lying on the long rock slabs that were slightly tilted downward into some oblivion that we didn't want to go down and look at. Life was good and on it rolled, ever toward a future unknown. Where to?
How about the Bahamas?
I'll book it for mid-December.
You're increasing your fitness for the army.
Yeah, I'm already pretty fit, but the Army is going to put us through a heck of a lot in basic training through its 8 intense weeks. We went back to IBM. Christmas came and went. My time was probably near up. The war was still on. My father got sick with diverticulitis. It was a serious case, and he'd already lost a lot of weight. Programming was an art, and I was an artist. In my programs, I lived in a world of endless possibilities and contingencies. I left work a bit late, driving past the waterfalls that gave Wappingers Falls its name. As I sat down on the steps, my recent life flashed before me. So they finally got me, I said softly to myself. They finally got me. I had about a week to get back to Chicago. Mike held a farewell party for me and said he'd send the Army a recommendation. I brought the simulator card deck over to Mike's office and put it on his desk. He jumped up and shied away from it, as if it was full of contagion. We just need a place to keep it. It's been stable for a long time. Carl Dimsey down in the machine room knows assembler language, if it needs anything. Okay. He quickly stuffed it in a drawer.
This place is really going to be humming when you get back.
Patty told me to live it up while away, much as Lucille had, that I shouldn't necessarily wait for her, that she didn't know what she'd have to do, didn't want to hold me back, etc. Well, she did want to, but she was acting brave.
My parents are great, but for the marriage thing, they brought me up well and nourished me into the one you could love and do. I feel a responsibility to them, although it really should be up to me to how I live my life now. I will decide, and only me.
I understand. And you must live too, for I could die over there.
And you had better live and love there.
In an army?
Well, yes, if you can.
We'll see.
Our relationship has been going so well, Patrick. Near 9 months. Where are all the problems, the flaws, the character defects?
True love perfects the whole show.
Come back alive.
I'll try. I put what little stuff I owned into my car and drove to Chicago. She watched me take off and stayed there, not moving. I felt like turning around, but didn't, heading off for all that lie beyond. The military, I said. I reported to the Army Induction Center in Forest Park, Illinois at 6 a.m. We just sat there for the next 11 hours because Fort Hood in Washington State had been snowed in. Good, too cold there. At 5 p.m. we got onto a bus to Midway Airport. Many of the inductees looked and were very young. We were going to Fort Polk, Louisiana. Good, it's warm there. We arrived and were taken into a reception area and stayed there about a week, having our pictures taken, getting uniforms and taking written tests. Well, I still knew things from college, and so I did well. They wanted to know if I wanted to extend my Army career to 3 years by taking up Vietnamese language study at first. I said no. Then they wanted to know if I wanted to extend my service to 4 years and move up quicker and such. I said no. One day we saw an elite infantry in advanced training running by. They grunting something like oomph every fourth step. They looked tough. The sort of kid hippie-looking guy in charge of us said to yell something back at them like, ha ha. Next, we took physical tests. Those who failed would get extra attention when we got into the 8 weeks of basic training. We had to swing hand to hand from 24 bars 3 times, making for 72, crawl 30 yards in under 20 seconds, throw a dummy grenade into a small circle from about 50 feet away, get through an obstacle course, and do a mile run under a certain time. Well, most of these seemed easy, but for the crawl. However, I'd noted that the best finishers moved their arms and legs all at the same time, not in a sequence, going really fast, so I copied that. For the grenade throw, I gauged its weight fairly well. It was like throwing a small brick. The mile run is never an easy thing, especially when wearing boots, but I did fine. I'd been on the track team and knew what to expect. I'd made 480 out of 500. Those scoring under 300 had failed and would have to retake it after a few weeks. He came in to see me. His whole demeanor suddenly changed. I was older than most and had tested well, so the drill sergeant Perry made me the squad leader, giving me a special room at the end of the barracks. Some still said yes, sir, even to that. The drill sergeant came on tough, going nose to nose with some of the recruits, telling them by yelling not to call him sir, but drill sergeant, as in, yes, drill sergeant. We were sent to the basic training barracks elsewhere in the sprawling fort.
Lights out at 9. Any questions? Here's a list of jobs, such as fire and guard duty, to be assigned every night, all through the night. For off-hours matters, I'll be going through you. I won't be dealing with them directly. I have to yell at them, so they learn to take orders without question.
No drill sergeant.
My brother is over in Vietnam. I'm worried. I haven't heard from him lately. Have any brothers?
2, one in college and one in high school.
Hope this damned war is over by then.
Me too.
Hey, S2, carry on.
We got up at 5:30 each day, then went to the mess hall for breakfast, and then stood in formation outside to hear about our day. At first, it was a lot of exercise, such as doing push-ups until our arms burned or jumping jacks until our legs burned. Those who tried to cheat by not going all the way down for push-ups had to do more right under the drill sergeant's nose, which gave the rest of us a slight recuperation time. Then we practiced marching in formation. Someone was always marching off in the wrong direction. They had to write left and right on their hands. We learned how to take our rifles apart, clean them, and put them back together even in the dark. We went off on long marches to the rifle ranges, having to march on the soft shoulder of the road. Some fell by the wayside, and if they were really in bad shape, got picked up by a truck that followed us. We had a few hours left over in the evenings. Usually I went to the library and played symphonies on the record player there, or had beer and pizza in the place we weren't supposed to go to. I'd noted that no one ever checked. 2 people had a big fight outside a brutal one. We camped out for days sometimes. They gave us little cigarette packs, each only containing 3 cigarettes. I traded mine for meal packets. One day, I had KP in the mess hall, as most of us did eventually. It was raining really hard out there. Lucky me, for I couldn't go on the long march that day. I didn't need any more rifle training anyway, for I could hit the target at 300 yards. Some kid in another company had turned his rifle on his drill sergeant on full automatic, cutting him in half. We then heard stories about some troops in Vietnam rolling grenades into their commanders' tents. This war was a sore spot for both Congress and for some of the troops. Halfway through basic training, while we were on bivouac, the captain came up to me and asked if I wanted to work in a nuclear facility. Yes, Captain. It sounded crazy. But it was then that I knew some wheels were turning somewhere in the Army's paper mill. One day they called us in and asked for our preferences on where we'd like to be stationed. The guy looked over my stats, just saying, "Your test scores are good." I filled out a destination form. 1st New York, 2nd Chicago, 3rd Hawaii.
Not much going on in New York or Chicago. We can't promise anything.
The training became tougher. Some troops were thrown out and would have to start their training from scratch. Some troops were conscientious objectors. We never knew where they were sent. We took more physical tests, double tough, but doable for me. I scored 490, having improved my grenade throw. We learned how to kill in every conceivable way, from bayonets to hand-to-hand combat to planting mines and more. We even crawled through an obstacle course studded with barbed wire, with live fire tracing over our heads. I called up my father. He was still very sick, and here I was, stuck in the middle of bayous and swamps, becoming a finely tuned instrument of war. My gambits to outwait the war had failed. After another 8 weeks of advanced training in whatever field which was yet to be determined, I'd be off to war, most likely. Our basic training now became triple tough, but I'd reached into reserves that I never knew I had. Now we had to do a 2-mile run, with a pack on. I felt powerful, but what would that do against a bullet? We received our advanced training destinations. Mine was to be at Fort Sill, Oklahoma in artillery. Must have had to do with my math skills. 2 weeks to go, they finally gave us a weekend off. I took a bus 50 miles to St. Charles just to be somewhere normal. Some of the other troops did too, and a few deserted, probably heading for Canada. I called Patty and told her that I might be launching artillery shells or nuclear missiles.
Stop joking.
I'm not. Basic training finally ended. It's seeming to have gone on forever. I packed my large duffel bag and went out to wait for the bus to Fort Sill. It came. I was about to get on it when the captain came running out saying,
Don't get on, you're getting new orders.
"When and where, Captain?"
I don't know, it will probably take a few weeks. This doesn't happen very often.
I lounged around in my squad room bunk for a week, doing nothing and not much. Although reading and writing, and then a new batch of trainees came in. Sergeant Perry made me a temporary assistant drill sergeant. He even gave me one of those drill sergeant hats. I still have it, to this day. It was easy, for now I could walk on the road surface instead of on the sandy shoulder. Once in a while I would remind the troops to stay in step. It was rather a walk in the park for me now. Several weeks passed. I got my new orders, but they were hard to figure since they said Oakland, California.
Am I to be stationed in Oakland, Captain? I guess so, Fort Ord.
Isn't that a transfer station, Captain?
Well, yes, but I guess they need you to work there. My captain seemed to be at a loss for an explanation. Perhaps no one had ever bypassed advanced training to go directly overseas. I also had a week's leave given to me to get ready. I flew back to Chicago via Houston, the only way to get there from my nowhere land. I called up Joe Gaynor, who had worked at the post office. We went and checked the APO mailing address on my orders. It was for Honolulu. Well, that was good to know in case I'd been thinking of driving my car to Oakland. My father was improving, according to my mother. I went to the hospital to see him. He wasn't so optimistic. Well, he was wrong, for he would live to be 91, but little did we know of that then. Old Oak Park brought back memories, but I had now outgrown the place, it seemed. I slept out on the front porch for a week, causing me to think of old times, and then flew to Oakland on the Army's dime, took a bus, and then got off at Fort Ord. They fitted me for a khaki uniform with both longs and shorts. The place was run like basic training. We had formations every morning. Some had their names called to leave, and the rest were given silly jobs like guarding dumpsters or whatever, these to be done in the middle of the night. After a few days, they called my name along with a few others. We got into a truck and were driven to an Air Force base where we boarded a cargo jet, which also carried a large tank. It was so noisy that we couldn't even hear each other.
After 4 or 5 hours, the big island of Hawaii appeared out the window. We flew on, passing Molokai and Maui, and then landed on Oahu at Hickam Air Force Base. A short shuttle ride then took us to the adjacent Honolulu International Airport, which was open to the air, where all but me were told to get into a bus that would take them somewhere. They telling me to just walk out of the front door and make my way by myself to Fort Shafter. Walking excitedly, I passed the gateways to such exotic ports as Papeete, Tahiti, Guam, Saipan, Taiwan, Singapore, Hong Kong, Bali, and Japan. Hare Krishnas played tambourines for me outside, so here I was near Waikiki, all alone with my heavy duffel bag. The air was full of scents, and the Pali Mountains and their cliffsides loomed in the distance. What kind of an army unit was I in? It seemed too good to be true. And yet there I was. The fates had sent me to paradise. I was struck for the minute by the lush green and fertile majesty of the mountains, whose tops were shrouded in mist, for this new reality was almost too much to comprehend at first glance. My brain just wasn't used to it. and so I didn't really know how to look at it. I said nothing, but stood still looking, as the perfumes of my flowered necklace and the balm of the ocean breezes told me that I had reached the place whose pictures from the National Geographic I had plastered all over the walls of my room in Illinois a long time ago. I hailed a taxi, and about 6 miles later we arrived at Fort Shafter, the home of the Computer System Command Pacific, or CSC PAC. The MP at the gate looking over my orders, telling the driver something, and then waving us through. He dropped me at Sergeant Schaefer's office. Old Sergeant Schaefer looked weary, but I guessed it was from his age. He was a lifer. I sat down and he talked to me about a lot of things, none of them military. Finally saying and instructing,
Take 2 weeks off, free of charge, and then come back to see me. You're going to be working in that compound across Palm Circle, we then going outside and he pointing to it. They're mostly civilians and civil service. You won't be working for me. I'm just here to give you your paycheck, to set up visits to the doctor or the dentist, handle leave time, which is a month a year and such. Go there and say hello, and remind them that I gave you 2 weeks off.
"What do they do over there, Sergeant?"
Heck if I really know.
"But you've heard rumors, Sergeant."
Yeah, I've been here a long time. Look at my hash marks. I'll tell you in the Jeep. Come on, I'll give you a ride over to the barracks. Here's your new insignia. You're now a Specialist 4, Spec 4 for short.
"Thanks, Sergeant." I'd never heard of a Specialist 4 rank, but I didn't mention it. We drove about a quarter of a mile, the sergeant calling attention to places like the movie theater, the library, and some statues. We had to stop to let someone pass.
There goes Paul, the sergeant noted, carrying some worthless piece of paper.
"He's useless?"
Yeah, practically. Some screw-up sent him here. We're gonna have him run our Xerox machine.
Good that he didn't get sent to a nuclear facility. Any of those around here?
Nope. Ha, they told you that?
Yes, but way back in the middle of basic.
The more things change, the more they stay the same in this man's army.
So, what do those civilians and civil service workers do where I'm gonna work at?
Mysterious things having to do with intelligence, logistics, spying, and probably some off-the-wall hush-hush operations. I'm guessing. They don't inform me as to the details.
But they still have to report to the Army.
Higher up, I suppose. Hey, here's the barracks and there's the PX across the street. Be careful in the barracks. Lot of rowdies there. I don't deal with the barracks. Sometimes a captain might come around to do a surprise inspection, which he will advertise beforehand. Makes sense, doesn't it?
Yes and no, thanks, Sergeant. So then, the sergeant, my workplace, and the barracks seemed to be completely separate operations. I went in and took a look at the barracks. There was music blasting, people seeming to be on drugs, and even one fight going on. I need not officially check into this place, I thought. I'll go stay in Waikiki, especially during my 2 free weeks, and then probably stay there longer. I found an empty bunk in the barracks that had been thrown up against a wall, dragged it to a far corner, and cobbled together some empty lockers as a kind of a wall, then went down to the quartermaster's and obtained sheets, a blanket, and a pillow. I made the bed perfectly, which would be its first and last time, for I wasn't ever going to sleep in it.
Meet Patrick. It's 1971, and he's just been drafted into the Army. A fresh college graduate, Patrick finds himself in Forest Park, Illinois, waiting for 12 long hours, anticipating the cold of Fort Hood, Washington State. But Mother Nature had other plans, and a snowstorm reroutes them to Fort Polk, Louisiana. Warm, much better. Patrick's first week in the Army was a whirlwind of new uniforms, pictures, and written tests. Despite the Army's attempts to extend his service with the promise of language studies and swift promotions, Patrick firmly declines. The Army was a detour, not a destination. During this time, Patrick and his fellow inductees glimpse the elite infantry in advanced training. They're a formidable sight, their every fourth step punctuated with a gruff oomph. The sight is a stark reminder of the grueling physical tests that await them. The tests prove to be a mixed bag. Patrick navigates the 72-bar swing, the grenade throw, and the obstacle course with relative ease. But the 30-yard crawl and the mile run are a different story. Still, Patrick's keen observation and past experience on the track team come in handy. He finishes with a respectable score of 480 out of 500. After the tests, Patrick and his fellow inductees are sent to the basic training barracks. Here, Drill Sergeant Perry introduces himself in the most intimidating way possible, going nose to nose with the new recruits and bellowing at them not to call him sir, but Drill Sergeant. However, Patrick's age and high test scores earn him the position of squad leader and a special room at the end of the barracks. Here, Drill Sergeant Perry's tough exterior softens. He explains the importance of his harsh demeanor, hands Patrick a list of nightly duties, and shares his worries about his brother in Vietnam. So, this is Patrick's introduction to the Army. A journey that started with 12 hours of waiting in Forest Park, Illinois, has led him to become a squad leader in Fort Polk, Louisiana. He's been tested physically and mentally, seen the best and worst of the Army, and learned to navigate his new world. He's survived the induction and basic training, and now the real journey begins.
Ever wondered what it's like to be drafted into the Army? Picture this. The year is 1971, and a young man named Patrick finds himself drafted into the Army. The first order of business? Marching in formation. It may sound simple, but imagine the chaos of a group of fresh recruits trying to keep time. There's always that one person marching off in the wrong direction, a person so directionally challenged they need left and right written on their hands. Then there are the rifles, not just shooting them, but learning to take them apart, clean them, and put them back together, even in the dark. Long marches to the rifle ranges become a regular part of life, the soft shoulder of the road a familiar feeling underfoot. Not everyone can keep up, and those who can't are scooped up by a trailing truck. Evenings bring a few hours of respite. For Patrick, that means symphonies on a record player in the library or sneaking beer and pizza in a place off limits. But even the off hours aren't without their drama, like the time a brutal fight broke out right outside. Sometimes the training would take them camping for days. They'd be handed cigarette packs with just 3 cigarettes inside. Not a smoker, Patrick would trade his for meal packets. Rainy days meant KP duty in the mess hall, a welcome break from the long marches and rifle training. But even in the safety of the mess hall, the harsh realities of war were never far away. Stories of a trainee turning his rifle on his drill sergeant, of troops in Vietnam rolling grenades into their commanders' tents, painted a grim picture of the conflict they were preparing for. In the middle of basic training, a surprising offer came Patrick's way. The captain asked him if he wanted to work in a nuclear facility. Despite the absurdity, Patrick accepted. The day came when they were asked their preferences for where they'd like to be stationed. Patrick had his heart set on Hawaii, New York, and Chicago. But as the officer said, "We can't promise anything." As the weeks rolled on, the training intensified. Some couldn't keep up and were thrown out, having to start their training from scratch. Others declared themselves conscientious objectors, their fates unknown. Physical tests became tougher, but Patrick persevered, improving his grenade throw and scoring 490. They were taught to kill in every conceivable way, from bayonets to hand-to-hand combat to planting mines. They even crawled through an obstacle course studded with barbed wire with live fire tracing over their heads. Amidst it all, Patrick was allowed to call his sick father. Stuck in the middle of swamps and bayous, becoming a finely tuned instrument of war, he realized his attempts to outwait the war had failed. The training became triple tough, but Patrick held on. As he looked back at his basic training experience, he realized that he had not only been molded into a soldier, but he had also learned about resilience, camaraderie, and the harsh realities of war.
In the year 1971, a young man named Patrick, known affectionately as Patty, found himself on the precipice of a life-altering journey. His decision to join the Army was met with a mix of disbelief and concern from his loved ones. His conversations with his friend Patty were filled with the uncertainty and anticipation of the unknown. As Patrick's life took a sharp turn, he found himself thrust into the rigors of basic training. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. The endless drills, the grueling physical routines, and the mental strength it demanded seemed like an everlasting ordeal. Yet Patrick persevered, his spirit unbroken. As he waited for the bus to Fort Sill, a sudden twist of fate led to a change in his orders. The captain's words, "Don't get on, you're getting new orders," echoed in his ears as he found himself in a state of limbo. Then came the unusual stint as a temporary assistant drill sergeant, an unexpected interlude in his journey. With his newly bestowed hat, he found himself guiding the new batch of trainees, traversing the same path he had walked not so long ago. Weeks passed before he finally received his new orders, ones that were as mysterious as they were exciting. Destination: Oakland, California. His captain too was perplexed by this unusual turn of events. Patrick, it seemed, was on a path less traveled, bypassing advanced training to head directly overseas. A week's leave gave him a chance to return home, to see his ailing father, and to revisit his past in Old Oak Park. As he flew to Oakland, he carried with him the memories of his past and the uncertainty of his future. At Fort Ord, he was fitted for a khaki uniform and found himself once again in a setting reminiscent of basic training. Days were filled with formations and night duties involved guarding dumpsters. His name was finally called, and along with a few others, he was driven to an Air Force base. As he boarded the noisy cargo jet, alongside a large tank, the reality of his situation started to sink in. His journey had taken him from the decision to join the Army, through the trials of basic training, to the precipice of a new adventure overseas. His story serves as a reminder of the unpredictable and challenging path that those who choose to serve their country often tread.
After 4 or 5 hours, the big island of Hawaii appeared out the window. We flew on, passing Molokai and Maui, and then landed on Oahu, at Hickam Air Force Base. A short shuttle ride then took us to the adjacent Honolulu International Airport, which was open to the air, where all but me were told to get into a bus that would take them somewhere, they telling me to just walk out of the front door and make my way by myself to Fort Shafter. Walking excitedly, I passed the gateways to such exotic ports as Papeete, Tahiti, Guam, Saipan, Taiwan, Singapore, Hong Kong, Bali, and Japan. Hare Krishnas played tambourines for me outside. So, here I was, near Waikiki, all alone, with my heavy duffel bag. The air was full of scents, and the Pali Mountains and their cliff sides loomed in the distance. What kind of an army unit was I in? It seemed too good to be true, and yet there I was. The fates had sent me to paradise. I was struck for the minute by the lush green and fertile majesty of the mountains, whose tops were shrouded in mist, for this new reality was almost too much to comprehend at first glance. My brain just wasn't used to it, and so I didn't really know how to look at it. "Those mountains are where the tiki gods live," said the lovely airport greeter as she placed a flowered lei around my neck. "No one can see them, because the clouds never lift, although some of the old Hawaiians claim to have seen the tops clear once or twice in their lifetime." I said nothing, but stood still looking, as the perfume of my flowered necklace and the balm of the ocean breezes told me that I had reached the place whose pictures from the National Geographic I had plastered all over the walls of my room in Illinois, a long time ago. I hailed a taxi, and about 6 miles later we arrived at Fort Shafter, the home of the Computer System Command Pacific, or CSC PAC, the MP at the gate looking over my orders, telling the driver something, and then waving us through. He dropped me at Sergeant Schaefer's office.
In the early 70s, a young Irish lad named Patrick found himself on an unexpected journey, a journey that would change his life forever. Drafted into the Army in the year 1971, Patrick was sent to Fort Shafter in Oahu, Hawaii, a turn of events he could have never predicted. Imagine the shock of it. A lad from Ireland, far from home, and enlisted in the U.S. Army. His first encounter was with old Sergeant Schaefer, a seasoned veteran with a weathered face that spoke volumes of the years he'd spent in service. Their conversation was far from what Patrick expected. Instead of training schedules or marching orders, the sergeant spoke about life, about the compound across Palm Circle where Patrick would be working, and about the 2 weeks of rest he was to take before beginning his duties. Patrick's curiosity was piqued. What did they do in that compound? The sergeant's response was as enigmatic as the man himself. "Heck if I really know," he said. But his words hinted at intelligence work, logistics, spying, and hush-hush operations. Patrick found himself intrigued, but also wary. What had he gotten himself into? The barracks were a world unto themselves, filled with rowdy soldiers, blaring music, and even the occasional fistfight. It was a far cry from the quiet, orderly life Patrick had envisioned when he was drafted, but he was nothing if not adaptable. He found an empty bunk, dragged it to a far corner and set up a makeshift wall with some empty lockers. And then, as he was settling into his new life, something unexpected happened. Patrick received a letter that would set the stage for the next chapter of his life. A letter that would leave him with more questions than answers. Who was the letter from? What did it say? And how would it change Patrick's life? The answers to these questions and more will be revealed in the next episode. Stay tuned for the continuing saga of Patrick, the Irish lad who found himself on an unexpected journey into the heart of the U.S. Army.
Imagine this, a young man, Patrick, in the prime of his life, stationed at Fort Shafter in Oahu, Hawaii in 1971. The warm tropical breeze rustles through the palm trees as he steps into a nondescript building across Palm Circle. It's a mysterious compound filled with civilians and only a smattering of privates. Enter Lieutenant Dauphinais, a man with a deep southern drawl who emerges from a back room to welcome Patrick. His words, ripe with the twang of the Mississippi, convey a sense of intrigue. Patrick is introduced to the team, ordinary Americans, and a striking Japanese secretary. It's a computer programming area, a hub of activity and innovation. As they venture down the hallway, Patrick is given a glimpse into the inner workings of this operation. He learns of Mr. Freeman, the man who runs the show, and the unseen general who commands the entire Pacific region from afar. The map room is a sight to behold, a testament to the far-reaching influence of the Army. Here, intelligence is gathered from various locations throughout Indochina, displayed on a large screen that dominates the room. Outside, under the Hawaiian sky, the lieutenant offers Patrick a smoke. It's a sign of camaraderie, a moment of respite in the complex machinations of the Army. The lieutenant's words hint at the ebb and flow of operations, sometimes slow, sometimes fast-paced. But Patrick is astute, observant. He sees beyond the veneer of the lieutenant's Mississippi affectation, discerning his higher rank, his true origins in Kentucky, and the French roots of his family. He also uncovers the true nature of the operations at Fort Shafter, a front for intelligence with an operating arm for missing soldiers. This is just the beginning of Patrick's journey in the Army. The tapestry of his experiences is rich and intricate, steeped in the mystery of military operations and the camaraderie of fellow soldiers. Each day brings new revelations, new challenges, and new opportunities for growth, from the computer programming area to the map room, from the mysterious compound to the breezy outdoors. Patrick's journey is a testament to the complex, multifaceted nature of life in the Army. It's a journey of discovery, of understanding, and above all, of service to his country. It's a story that is as fascinating as it is inspiring, a narrative that is as compelling as it is enlightening. And so, the tale of Patrick unfolds, a tale of intrigue and adventure, of camaraderie and duty, of a young man navigating the complex world of the Army. It's a tale that is as timeless as it is captivating, a story that is as unique as the man himself. I wondered what it was like to be newly enlisted in the Army in 1971. Meet Patrick, a fresh recruit, stationed at the mysterious compound in Fort Shafter, Oahu, Hawaii. His journey begins with an unexpected bus ride, driven by a Marine heading towards Kaneho Marine Base. A conversation with his fellow passengers reveals they are seasoned special forces from Fort Bragg, Army Base, not Marines. This is Patrick's first hint that something out of the ordinary is going on. A meeting with a lieutenant confirms his suspicions. There's a big push happening, and Patrick is going to be a part of it. His job? Delivering update tapes to Korea. A seemingly simple task, but one that hints at a much larger, more complex operation. Patrick's predecessor had been lost in a helicopter crash in Vietnam, a stark reminder of the stakes at play. The lieutenant assures him that Korea will be a safe adventure, but Patrick knows better. The whole place could boil over at any time. Despite the risks, Patrick volunteers to take on the task, earning points for his eagerness. He's assured that he'll mostly be kept in software, but other needs could arise. It's a daunting prospect, but Patrick takes it in stride. He's introduced to Vince, a young COBOL programmer from the Bronx who's his backup. Vince is nervous, a stark contrast to Patrick's calm demeanor. On his first day, Patrick encounters the RCA Spectra 70, a machine cheaper than the IBM he's used to, but uses the same assembler language. It's a detail that might seem insignificant, but reveals the depth of Patrick's knowledge and the unique perspective he brings to his role. His journey is just beginning, and already there's a sense of the unexpected. Patrick's role is more than just a soldier. He's a part of a larger operation, one that requires his unique skills and adaptability. As he settles into his role, one can't help but wonder, what adventures lie ahead for him? What challenges will he face? And how will he navigate the complex world of military operations in the volatile climate of 1971? Stay tuned as we delve deeper into Patrick's journey in the Army, a tale of mystery, intrigue, and the unexpected.
In the heart of 1971, Patrick, a fresh recruit of the Army, found himself standing at the threshold of an island paradise, Oahu, Hawaii. The salty breeze of the Pacific Ocean filled his lungs as he stepped out of the confines of Fort Shafter. His heart fluttered with the thrill of 2 weeks of free leave, stretching out before him like the sun-kissed sands of Waikiki Beach. The transition from the rigid barracks to the euphoria of the ocean was a heady one. As he dipped his feet into the warm azure waters, he was swept away by a sense of joy and wonder. The symphony of waves crashing against the shore, the catamarans and surfers skimming the surface of the water, and the far-reaching branches of the banyan tree under which he sipped his Mai Tai, all seemed unreal, like a painted backdrop from a dream. But as the sun set, the reality of his situation dawned on him. He was in paradise, but he was also homeless. With a heavy heart, he decided to explore the beaches, hoping to find a place to rest his head. The laughter and chatter of tourists echoed in his ears as he strolled past the grand hotels lining the shore.
I changed into civilian clothes at the barracks, had a short meal at the mess hall, and then walked outside the fort. And took a bus to Waikiki and got off, whereat I changed into my swimming suit, which I had just bought, and waded out into the ocean to celebrate, just standing there, all amazed and grateful. Catamarans and surfers swept by on their way out to catch the waves. I sat under a large and far-spreading banyan tree and drank a small Mai Tai. Wondering just where in the heck I was going to live. Then I got dressed and walked the beaches, behind all the hotels, intending to go to the West End, where I'd noted an R&R center, near Hickam Air Force Base, and then back the other way to Diamond Head. I didn't call anyone. They wouldn't have believed me. Besides, I had to process it all first.
Some moments feel preordained, like the universe just needed two souls to collide in the most beautiful way. And for Ethan, that collision happened on a sun-drenched beach, miles from anywhere. Oh, I am so incredibly sorry. Are you all right? Perfectly fine, thank you. My fault entirely, I was lost in thought. Ethan, by the way. Anya. It's a pleasure, Ethan. So, a solo explorer too, Anya? Or just escaping the world? A bit of both, I suppose. This island has a way of slowing time, doesn't it? What brought you to paradise? Serendipity, perhaps. Or maybe a distant whisper that someone remarkable was waiting. Cheers? Cheers. To serendipity. I love the way the waves just keep rolling, never stopping. It reminds me that life, even in its quietest moments, is constantly moving, changing. And some changes, some currents, are exactly what you need, like this one. Yes, definitely. The colors, they're impossible. Like the sky is painting its heart out just for us. It's breathtaking. Every sunset here feels like a farewell and a promise all at once. What kind of promise do you see? The promise that tomorrow might just be even more beautiful. Especially when you're sharing it. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. This is the best meal I've ever had. Top of the world, or at least top of this little piece of it. It's incredible. You can see everything from up here. Not everything. I only see you. Ethan, it's peaceful up here. Just us in the vastness, and the scent of salt on the wind. Couldn't ask for more. This feels right, doesn't it? More than right. Like coming home. Look, oh, it's magnificent. Like diamonds scattered on black velvet. And under the glow of that impossible moon, with the ocean whispering secrets, two souls found more than a moment. They found an eternity, reflected in the endless sparkle of a tropical night. This island wasn't just a destination, it was the beginning of their whole world.
Under the palms where shadows sway, the ocean hums a soft ballet. Your eyes catch stars that never stray. I lose myself in you. The breeze whispers your name, so clear I follow it. It draws me near. Moonlit serenade, hearts align, your hand in mine. The world unwinds, the tide may rise, the night may fade, but we'll remain in this serenade. The scent of salt the waves embrace, a secret song, a sacred place. Your laughter floats, a gentle trace. It lingers in my soul. The night wraps us in velvet blue, a symphony of me and you. Moonlit serenade, hearts aligned, your hand in mine. The world unwinds, the tide may rise, the night may fade, but we'll remain in this serenade.
In Oahu, Hawaii, in 1970, with a handsome young man named Patrick, a beautiful Japanese young woman named Kimio, and a beautiful Irish girl named Colleen, who has red hair. I need a place to live. I noted a room for rent sign. A girl named Colleen answered. I inquired, telling her it was just for me. She was Irish and good-looking, with red hair, freckles, and long legs, but she was all business.
I am Colleen O'Donnell.
And I am St. Patrick.
Good Irish. Now I know I can trust you. You can sleep on the back porch. Cheap. We have netting there.
It's a deal. I love porches. I paid her for 2 weeks, noting that I'd most likely end up staying longer.
Jane Fonda is coming to town for an FTA rally.
Sounds like quite a spectacle. I wouldn't miss it. What is that scent?
Jasmine, plumeria, hibiscus, orchid, and passion flower. I have them all out on the porch. Come see.
She held out a pink orchid for me to sniff, then said about herself,
I was once another kind of flower child, but I suppose that I outgrew it, and now I am a much too serious grad student. But I graduate in a few months, and then it will all be worth it. I already have a job waiting for me back in Oregon, where I can also attend to my sick mother.
Colleen tried to speak to Kimio, but got no answer. She doesn't speak much English, and I don't speak Japanese.
Ha, the perfect couple.
Or if the man is deaf and the woman is blind. She laughed again, having now relaxed her business posture.
I'll be back later. Have fun.
We left. I didn't really need to tell her that we'd just met a few hours ago. In Oahu, Hawaii in 1970, with a handsome young man named Patrick, a beautiful Japanese young woman named Kimio, and a beautiful young Chinese girl named Alice.
I need a vehicle.
What?
While we were touring the international marketplace, I picked up a newspaper and then conveyed to Kimio that I needed to buy a motorcycle, and had just picked one out, a 180cc. We went over to a hotel and I called and inquired about it. It was still for sale and we could come over in the late afternoon. We strolled around some more. The place was casting its spell on us. We found a bus to Oahu, which was out past Pearl City, which route would also let us see some sights. From the bus, we had to walk about a half mile, though a country-like area filled with sugarcane fields. I paid for the motorcycle, got the papers, and we rode off picking up the H1 freeway. Now we could go anywhere. It was near dark, which happens around 6:30 in the sub or near tropics. We stopped for dinner near the University of Hawaii in the Manoa Valley. We discovered many and various more ways to communicate beyond words, but we still had to resort to the translation dictionary. I located the graduate level computer center at the university. We went in and looked around. They had a small IBM computer. I helped someone named Alice Wong with a computer programming problem.
You work IBM?
Yeah, I do, but I'm in the Army now, on a military leave of absence. See you next time, maybe.
Okay, me here.
We rode around some more along the well-lit alleyway canal, then got off and toured a park full of gardens, and then sat on an ocean wall in Waikiki for quite a while, translating words. The moon rose over Diamond Head, just like on a postcard. It was 9 p.m. We rode off and put the motorcycle away at my new place, then walked over to the Royal Hawaiian. She signaled me to wait while she went up to her room. She came back with a blanket and we headed through the hotel and out onto the beach. We lay there, talked, and then cuddled and kissed eventually. Well, I was supposed to live and love. People must have thought we were newlyweds. It wasn't really that I wanted to make a life of meeting tourists. It had just happened. What could I do? The atmosphere was overpowering. Kimio covered us with another lighter blanket, and she opened her blouse many buttons down. I felt guilty again, but then remembered again that I was supposed to live and love. Well, Kimio would only be here for 3 weeks, so this wasn't going to turn into a permanent relationship. She took my shirt off, but we kept everything else on. She was thrilled with the hair on my chest. Now and then someone wandered by and smiled at us. So, this is the Army, I thought. Truth had once again proved stranger than fiction. Around 11 or so, we parted and went back to our separate abodes. Not bad for the first day.
Well, Camille proved to be a beautiful, bright, and wonderfully warm human being. I was still asleep when she came over the next morning, waking me up slowly by stroking my hair and my chest. At first, I thought I was dreaming. And then I remembered that the stars had fallen on me yesterday, out of nowhere, again. I got dressed, Kimio still sitting there, and we went over to the all-you-can-eat breakfast at her hotel. And we were soon away on the motorcycle, traveling along the oceanside cliff roads through rich Kahala. Then passing the snorkeling paradise of Hanama Bay, and then winding down around the southeast shores, passing the famous body surfing beaches with the massive waves, especially Sandy Beach. And we're soon roaring on toward the quiet cove where they had filmed From Here to Eternity, wherein we lunched and swam and walked from one lava pool to the next, soon finding the attraction called the Blowhole, where the crashing waves underneath found their spraying way through a lava tube, splashing out of the hole like a whale blows out water. Then, after watching the waves blast against the rocks, we were off to see the Japanese temple in the Valley of the Palis, which was actually a Buddhist temple. Nearby was a bamboo forest with shoots at least 4 inches thick, and it had many paths leading off to quiet places, with macadamia trees and ponds with swans and tropical fish. It was a warm afternoon, although the temperature in Hawaii hardly ever exceeded 84 degrees. And I was lucky to find the native swimming hole that Colleen had told me about, Kimio and I having had to walk about 200 yards through a jungle path before coming out to the surprising vista. For this was a spot well hidden, far off the tourist path. Some very brown-skinned Hawaiians were jumping from the high rocks into the water. Before I knew it, Kimio was diving off the cliff and was dropping about 5 feet into the water. At the base of the waterfalls, the deepest part of the water, she called me from below, saying that they did this in Japan. And so I flew at once through the air like some kind of Tarzan and splashed down into the cooling depths. I took a picture of it and have it to this day. We took a shortcut heading back through the Pali Tunnel, stopping at the Pali Lookout to see the place where King Kamehameha had won a decisive battle long ago by pushing the enemy over the cliffs to fall to their deaths below. I brought Kimio back to her hotel to have some social time with her tour group, promising to meet her in the vacant lifeguard stand later in the evening.
Let's have a food party tonight. We'll invite perfect strangers to eat with us. We'll just grab them from the beaches and the street, any place.
Can we do that?
Start boiling some water, Colleen. I'm going out to buy some wine and to gather some people.
But she said...
It will be wonderful. I called back to her. Hawaii is a very friendly place.
And it was. For most of the people invited were delighted to join us. and we had many an insight that evening into the most eccentric and wonderful offbeat characters, from runaways to Chinese junketeers, surfers from Australia, Chinese refugees from Hong Kong, sunburned tourists to natives, and even a hairy Krishna devotee who invited us to his temple for a feast.
We had many laughs, stories, and good times, even offering people sips of wine. Here we were, at the crossroads of the world, meeting Polynesians, Brazilians, Japanese, Samoans, and of course, many wonderful mixtures and half-breeds. For this was the city where all the points of the compass met.
The pasta and sauce really flew that night, and I noted that Colleen had a happy smile that perhaps she hadn't known for a while. For whatever reason.
A toast to our grass shack, everyone. I said, may we be in heaven a half an hour before the devil knows we're dead.
I suppose that few knew where that saying had come from.
Kimio half acted and half told us of some Japanese tales in her broken English that she'd learned in school but had ignored and left unused until the need arose in Hawaii. All applauded! We lit some torches and sat back drinking Kona coffee, as one story by one person led to one by another. Soon we'd all joined in with the kind of memories that made everyone warm and overflowing with emotion. After breakfast, Kimio and I were soon motorcycling through the maze of streets and housing behind Waikiki, known as the jungle, then past the Aliwai Canal. Next passing the zoo and then coming around and passing the Outrigger West and heading down the alley behind the Princess Kyalani Hotel and back around to the Pacific Beach Hotel. All just for fun. We went off on a bus with a group out to Paradise Park and the Polynesian Cultural Center for the day, which both had everything interesting to see, from gardens to tropical birds to bamboo jungles to old Hawaiian setups. We saw a good stage show that night. One about old Hawaii, followed by some really funny comedians and magicians who soon had us up on stage that will teach us not to sit in the first row. In the days to come, there were fern grottos, glass-bottom boats, mountain climbing, starlit skies, and romantic nights drenched in the fragrances of sensation that made Hawaii's influence undeniable to even the most love-impaired person. Kimio kissed me like there was no tomorrow. And perhaps there wasn't for her, since she'd be back in Japan in a few weeks, slaving away, as she told me, on a production line. What a wonderful place Hawaii is. I thought, it's filled with friendly natives and tourists, primed for adventure. One day we circled the entire island, even a stretch on the northwest shore that cars couldn't get through. The back of Oahu is composed of a volcanic mountain chain, the Kulo Range on windward Oahu. The range drops in sheer cliffs into the sea. The leeward side forms a beautiful background with foothills for the city of Honolulu. Many who get lost in the mountain country are given up for dead. At times, dark thunderclouds come hurtling over and There are no snakes and no poison ivy. As I sat up there in my lifeguard, perch reading some poems by moonlight, I heard someone climbing the ladder and looking down. I saw Colleen carrying something up to me. Some food, perhaps. You miss her, don't you? She said. I miss her a lot, I confided, but it's manageable, kind of the story of my life. All good things must eventually come to an end. You brought me food. Don't eat yet. I have something else for you first, she said, as she rolled some cigarette papers around a substance. Maybe it will help. It's Maui Wowie, she encouraged. As she lit it, I took it and inhaled deeply, holding it in, as I had learned to do. It's good, I said, already feeling myself turning to stone and craving potato chips. Remember that night we all smoked together during that big storm, she said, which was actually more of a monsoon. When you went out in the torrential downpour in search of potato chips, jumping over the deep puddles, but missing one and falling in and getting soaked. You saw that, I remarked. Sure, I followed you to know that you were okay, seeing as you were a relatively new smoker of heavy weed. Thanks, I said, taking another deep puff. This is my only vice, Patrick, and it grows wild in Hawaii. Yes, it does. It is bountiful, and you are ever quite sensible aside from your one vice, a throwback to your hippie days, I suppose. I have come full circle since then, she said. Perhaps even too far, what with my apartment business. But I've saved myself from destruction. I don't own the apartments, I just sublet them. It pays for school, and afraid to let go in other ways ever since. No, not anymore. And I have to return to Seattle in June, where I must be responsible to my only surviving parent. I understand, I said, trying not to lean against her, although there wasn't much room up there for two. But she laid her head on my shoulder in a romantic way which I hadn't expected at all, but had wished for all the same. You kept your promise to me all too well, she said. About that, I could trust you to be living in my place. All too well, I asked, now feeling her touch me very much as a woman, and certainly not like a sister.
Colin and I went snorkeling the next day, swimming at least 3 or 4 miles in the shallows down past the aquarium and the Kahala Hilton. Do not think that we exerted ourselves too much. We did not, for swimming face down in the water and wearing a mask and propelled by fins was a most effortless activity. And we could easily have swum to Molokai, the next island visible to the naked eye, it being only about 25 miles away. The fish were of every hue and color, like a living rainbow, and they were everywhere that we looked, swimming in and out of the coral formations just a few feet down. Another reason for snorkeling and not walking on the bottom, for the coral is very sharp. We stopped and bought lunch at a little shore stand, paying with wet money, where we listened for a long time to a man playing a flute. Colleen and I were now just an Irish lass and lad driving the sheep out into the green hills. As we sat and daydreamed away an hour or so while digested our lunch. We're a long way from home, I said, the old Irish sod. Home is where you make it, she answered, and every day counts. We can go to Molokai, she said, excitedly. Now a girl who was very much with it, for love has that effect on a person. Sure we can, I answered. I have 30 days vacation from the army, none of which I've used yet, and I can take any number of those days anytime. However, I'm leaving for Korea in maybe a few weeks, or more or less. And I'll be done with my graduate finals soon. They finish early, but I'm staying until June, finishing my paper. And don't forget Kauai, the Garden Isle, and the Big Island, Hawaii, which still has live volcanoes on it. We'll go to them all, she said, like honeymooners.
They say, deep in these mountains behind Fort Shafter, the little people dwell, keepers of secrets. Today, we're finding one of those secrets ourselves.
Patrick, look, a ledge.
Our secret place, Colleen, for as long as we have it. The descent was careful, but our path back was clear. Some moments are meant to be cherished, even if fleeting.
I'm thinking that I can use my motorcycle to ride up a mountain trail to some little spot that no one will know about. Some Hawaiian natives live up there, the little people. Yes, but they're friendly. I met some up there behind Fort Shafter one day when I was exploring a trail. It was beautiful up there, and so quiet. And I could see the ocean on all sides of the island. I could even see planes landing at the airport without even hearing them. Take me there, Patrick, and I'll help you scout it out some more. Good. You're still here for a while. We looked at each other sadly. Am I ever? But I want to make sure you're all right after I go. That's all I'll say for now. Because from here on out, we shall not talk of my leaving. Looks like my life is meant to be a mosaic of beautiful experiences that come to an end. We had each cleared as quickly as the Oahu sky clears after one of those famous late afternoon sprinkle events that practically evaporated before hitting the ground. The next day,
We entered Fort Shafter and headed up its mountain path on my motorcycle, Colleen hugging and holding on snug behind me, holding tighter with every bump and a vibration. Based on her idea, we took the most difficult fork at every opportunity, some very shadowy, so as to ensure that few could ever find the end. And finally, being able to go no further, hid the bike behind a large rock, crossed higher and walked a short ways, heading down and around a bit, hoping for a surprise there. We came out on a most wonderful ledge that fronted a cave-like indentation. The whole place an underhang that was not visible from above. There we sat and rested on the grass in front of the rock face. We broke out a wad of her special stuff, and we found ourselves still up there the next morning, laying on our big beach towel. The night had been warm and it hadn't rained. A plus for us. This place already has 3 natural sides, plus most of a roof, she noted, and a sleeping bag will keep you warm, for starters, and this retreat is nearly invisible, and so not easily found by anyone. We may not even find it again if we don't pay attention on the way out. I can see part of the pathway down there. It looks like an ant trail from here. I'll put a tent in the cave indentation to keep the grime and the bugs away, and I'll bring other things up, piece by piece, whenever I come up. We headed back down on the motorcycle in first gear, for its braking drag, carefully noting the way descending into the valley between 2 mountains, and then rode out of the fort and towards the ocean, where we'd a brunch at Smorgies with all that you could eat, especially the one we liked behind the outrigger south, right on the beach, whose spread was amazing to believe. But the truth was that the hotel lost money on this, but could make it up elsewhere by drawing the people into dine. We surfed away the day and fell asleep exhausted that night in Waikiki. Colleen's head and red hair and my chest. The winds from the open window caressing us in our Garden of Eden.
The next day, a tiny plane carried them to Maui and to Haleakala's peak. Below the clouds, the sunrise painted the sky. A revered tradition, a sacred experience. Rich in love, steeped in the wild heart of the outer islands, they returned to Oahu. Not just travelers, but changed souls, having discovered 2 more pearls of the Pacific and the boundless freedom within themselves.
There were never 2 people more free than Colleen and I. We sailed to Molokai on our own. In a rented boat, she teaching me how to run a sail, for I had lived a landlocked childhood. Along the way, we saw the great humpback whales spawning, as they did every year. We arrived at the base of the huge green cliffs where there had been a leper colony a long time ago. Then rode a mule up to civilization and poked around all the old Western style towns. By this time, I had become so brown-skinned that I could hardly remember what color white was. We stayed in a first-class hotel, feeling like 2 bums suddenly turned into royalty. The next day or so, We took a tiny airplane to Maui and climbed the Haleakala crater, where there were still some steaming vents, and watched the sunrise. A revered Maui tradition. We saw it from above the clouds. It was almost a religious experience. It was said that demigod Maui lassoed the sun and held it prisoner until it agreed to shine on Maui's island every day of the year. And so it did. Practically, as luck would have it, a hurricane was passing by the day we were there. Very close. But to the south, an high wave forecast had cleared all the beaches. However, the sun still shone on Maui, just like always. When Colleen saw marijuana growing wild on the hillside, she almost fainted with ecstasy. Soon recovering, she gathered a few samples. Having already run low of money, we chanced upon someone who, not so strangely as it turned out, was growing pot and mushrooms. And we, having become rather overly social from our days on the Waikiki porch, easily made a friend of him and had him laughing with some of our tales of adventures and misfortunes. And so it was that he invited us to stay there for a few days. It turns out that mushroom farming is indeed a useful business on Maui, and only a few of the mushrooms were of the magic variety. And I'm sure we had some, for there were several days during which we knew not whence we came nor where we went. Another useful occupation in Hawaii was picking macadamia fruits. The reason that macadamia nuts are so expensive is that one, they are so hard to extract. Only one measly nut can be obtained from a fruit the size of a plum. And two, they are so delicious that you just can't stop eating them. And so the demand ever exceeds the supply. So we went a little nuts for a while and had many a mushroom pipe dream. But it was time to return to Oahu. Both of us were rich in love and well steeped with the outer island experiences. For we'd seen two more pearls of the Pacific.
So, this big business trip to South Korea, don't forget us little people in paradise. And promise me, have fun with those Korean girls. Maybe bring one back.
My trip to South Korea was at hand. I'd be gone for a week or so. Colleen didn't have much time left in Hawaii, but I would have to miss some of it.
Colleen encouraged. Have fun with the Korean girls.
It's like a police state over there.
Free love, kiss someone.
I'll bring one back here.
Great! You're very magnanimous.
Mr. Freeman's secretary gave me 2 tickets for first class on a jumbo jet. One for me and one for the tapes, along with a card that would let me change and or add flights without having to go through any red tape.
Dolphin Eyes gave me a pistol and some written instructions.
along with a wad of cash, adding, "I'm sending Vince as your backup. Separately, he needs an outing in joy. See the sights."
Is Vince ready for this?
No! But he's been here a while, and so this is just to give him some fun. But he can handle the installation if anything happens to you, which it won't. He's supposed to stay out of sight. That will give him something to concentrate on. He'll think he's back in the Bronx, being ever vigilant!
I arrived at the glorious Honolulu International Air Terminals. Noting the little river and waterfalls everywhere, I passed a gate to Papeete, Tahiti, looking at it longingly. We took off over the ocean and lifted high on the way to a landing in Narita, near Tokyo, after which I would take a commuter flight to Osaka, stay in a hotel for a night, and then be off to Seoul.
I took a walk to the rear of the plane, but didn't see Vince. However, one person was holding a newspaper up!
I went back to my seat, noting that the tapes were still there next to me.
Well, I could talk to them, pretending that they didn't know my language. For first class was pretty empty.
The stewardess brought out a fine lunch, and I looked over some computer programs afterward. And then she sat down next to me, telling me of the world out there.
At Narita, I showed my army ID and was whizzed through. And then I found the gate to Osaka. There was a baseball stadium near my hotel in Osaka, and so I took in a game there. Noting that the fences were closer in, and that some American has-beens were on the teams, I thought I saw Vince across the way. But I couldn't be sure. In Seoul, I had to make it the Army Transient Center before the 11 p.m. curfew, which I didn't know about. Having first taken a very short shelter in a partly open door to a whorehouse, when everyone outside had started running around like crazy in the street, I did tapes to lug Vince. Was probably already in there. Hiding out, I wasn't going to look. I looked outside to see the effect of the curfew. Everyone started racing. Taxis screamed down the streets. Prostitutes made their last propositions. And suddenly the streets were empty and quiet. A girl asked, "Short time or long time?" "No time." "Where's the Army Transient Center?" "It's just next door. You can go out our back to the alley and then go right in their back door." "How convenient!" On my way towards the back, I yelled out, "I know you're here, Vince." A reply came forth, "I'm not here, Pat." I went out the back, crossed over, and soon went to sleep to be ready for the next day. Our main fort was relatively nearby, so I walked there in the morning. It wasn't the best part of town. The homes of the people were crumbling, and the streets were lined with thousands of persons. Bicycles and carts, producing a sort of bedlam. The smell of waste was ever present, since the sewage runs through the gutters in some parts. Where the little children, wearing hardly any clothes, often play or wander unattended. People traveled in all directions, loaded down with bales of hay, cases of beer, told him, "I have another delivery to make. Way down south, I'll be back in a few days or more to see how things are going. Meanwhile, I'll call you."
I skipped staying at a hotel, since it was still early, and soon found the train station and boarded an old train to Tarju. Some 300 miles to the south, where there was a kind of a backup fort, I supposed, in case the North Koreans ever stormed into Seoul. Across the nearby dividing line of the DMZ, which had been and still was a conspirator of tension over the many years since the Korean War. As I rode the train and looked out the window, the poorness of the country sunk deeper into me. The lady of old on my side sang lullabies in an ancient tongue as I waved to the peasants cooking in their little old pots. Such poor people with shutters on their dreams. Here was an ancient culture still chained to its old days of the grinding wheel. I couldn't understand very much of what people said on the train, so I took out the computer programs again. Later, I walked up and down through the train, not seeing Vince. He was doing well in his tracking exercise if he was here. Perhaps I had given him the slip in Seoul. At Tarju, a lot of people got off the train. From all the cars, I couldn't tell if any of them were Vince, far off in the distance. There were bitter few taxis, but they had taken off while I was busy dragging the tapes along. Beggars followed me. I took an ox cart for a very long way to the fort. This old province was about as far from Seoul as one could get. Beggars followed me some more. There were some Americans in and around the fort, but none in the computer center. The center was predominantly rock. Republic of Korea, I gave them the supply tapes only. They weren't supposed to get the intelligence tapes. I told them I'd be around for a few days. So far, so good. But this fort was really in the middle of nowhere. The rock barrack scene looked worse than the one in Hawaii. Did I need to go all the way back to Tarju for a hotel? It looked like it, but I couldn't make there it by the curfew. I stood outside the gates of the fort, noting camouflage planes and tanks nearby, just behind a fence right next to the road. Easily spotted from the ground. Where was Vince? In the town, there were the usual assemblage of places that always sprung up near a military base. I was still rolling the tapes around in an ordinary
and a bit foggy. But a full moon shone through. It looked scary, as it did on the Korean postcards I'd seen. I went into a tailor shop and got measured for a light leather jacket, bluish black with a blue collar. It would be ready by late afternoon the next day, just in time for the next cool night. I walked back outside and looked
Short time or long time, we have food.
Dinner time for me? Pretty sure we haven't met. He? Who are we talking about? I'm sorry, kid. Billy Davies. He didn't make it out of Nam. They brought his body back in '72. Yeah, bibimbap, large, and a cask beer. Hey, Mina. You got anyone named Vince working in the back? Heard he might be around. All right, just checking. Hey, Vince, you back there? Vince?
I knew you would come. I've been waiting for you. Not you, your kind. The ones who come and go. He said he would wait for me to turn 18. He said he'd help me get out. Billy Davies. He was a helicopter pilot, Vietnam. He used to come here. Sit right where you are. He was supposed to come for me. 2 more days. That's when I turn 18. I know. But he always said he'd remember. Always said he'd be here. What can I get you? Bibimbap? Bulgogi? Vince. Yeah, he's in the back. Always busy, that one.
Dinner time for me? Pretty sure we haven't met. He? Who are we talking about? I'm sorry, kid. Billy Davies. He didn't make it out of Nam. They brought his body back in '72. Yeah, bibimbap, large, and a cask beer. Hey, Mina, you got anyone named Vince working in the back? Heard he might be around. All right, just checking. Hey, Vince, you back there? Vince?
I'm here, Pat, but I'm kind of busy right now.
There were still the open sewer trenches all about, for garbage and for people doing their personal business, which they did, in plain sight. I didn't know what smelled worse, the trenches or the stuffed cabbage, Korea's his favorite dish. A girl came out from a place, asking,
Short time or long time?
dinner time. For who knew what diseases the girls in there had?
We have food.
I sat down in the front, the restaurant room which was nicely decorated, and looked at a menu that I couldn't read. There were a few Korean soldiers eating and talking there. I couldn't decipher a thing they said. I hadn't really been able to talk to anyone for the last 2 days. I took out a magazine! I picked up on the jumbo jet out of Hawaii and was going to page through it. Nothing was going to drop out of the sky onto me around here, not even a good place to sleep. Which all the more meant that it would. And then it came. I heard, behind me in perfect English, but with a slight Oriental accent.
Good evening, sir. We have roast beef, steaks, hamburgers, and more American fare, as well as delicious Korean dishes. And I've been waiting for you.
She eyed my luggage, sitting next to me on the floor. I turned around slowly in case I was hallucinating. From
jet lag or something. She was real, and she was a Malaysian and looked about 18 with round eyes. Her face full of the beautiful features that a racial blend often results in. I'm your miracle man, I told her, not really knowing what I was signing up for. But just to go along with the air of mystery of her waiting for me, she instantly pulled up a chair and said, "The guy like you didn't come last month. He's dead. His helicopter was shot down in Vietnam."
Oh my, that's terrible. He said he thought he could help me when I turned 18, but I don't know if he meant it.
When is your birthday?
In 2 days.
We'll talk. I gave her my dinner order, and she took it to the kitchen, and then she had to wait on the only other table. It was probably getting near closing time. Some others came in with the advertising girl from outside, and they headed down a hallway. I went over and looked, making sure to bring my precious luggage. The walls of the cubicle-like rooms didn't reach up to the ceiling, and I could hear and imagine everything that was going on.
I called out, Vince. I know where you are. No use staying quiet. I called it out again.
I'm here, Pat, but I'm kind of busy right now.
Okay. Carry on. I won't tell.
Good evening. Is the kitchen still open? Brave or just hungry? I'll have the steak, medium rare, and the sweet rice cakes for dessert. Please, please.
For you, sir. Always. What can I get for the brave soldier? You finished just in time, sir. We have to close. It is. For our protection, they say.
Yes, I heard. The curfew. It seems quite strict. You look worried. Join me? Just for a moment, before I have to make a dash for the base. My apologies for my directness, but I've been watching you, and I have a knack for observations. You're Amerasian, aren't you? Half Korean, half American. It shows in your eyes, rounder than typical Korean, and your height. You're taller than most here, and your English, when you spoke it briefly, was too fluent for someone who just picked it up. You went to the American school on the base, I suspect. How do you know that? Observation, as I said, and your features specifically. American military fathers and Korean mothers. It's a common legacy from the war, almost 19 years ago now. Your mother, she runs this place, doesn't she? And you were born around that time, meaning your father was likely a GI stationed here, a man who returned home, leaving a legacy of his own behind. From the way you carry yourself, the slight pride in your posture combined with the weariness, I'd say you graduated, perhaps even with honors. But there aren't many opportunities for someone like you, are there? Not in Seoul, not here. That worry I saw on your face. It's more than just the curfew. It's about your future, isn't it? You're approaching 18. Your mother, she wants you to work the back rooms here, not the kitchen, not waiting tables. Something else. Something that brings in more money. Money, she says, is necessary, perhaps to keep this establishment afloat. Perhaps because your absent father left nothing of substance, and your stepfather, the farmer, provides little support, or perhaps he's just another mouth to feed.
You couldn't possibly know this. Who are you? Are you some kind of secret police? Let's just say I pick up on details others miss. In my line of work, that's crucial. Intelligence is about connections, patterns, knowing the human condition. And the conditions here, the aftershocks of a war, they are very specific. The Assyrians came down like wolves from the fold, their cohorts gleaming in purple and gold. Byron, it feels like that. Like they're coming for you, and there's nowhere to run. My mother says it's my destiny. She says it's the only way. But I can't. I won't. I need to escape. This country, everything, escape. A common desire here, a difficult one. Tell me, Anna, what would you do if you could escape? Anything. Somewhere I'm not just a reminder of a forgotten war. Somewhere I can be me. Somewhere I don't have to fear becoming what they want.
The curfew, it's midnight soon. I must go. Sometimes knowing the wolves are coming is the first step. For now, stay safe.
My steak had arrived.
but the Amerasian waitress had to attend to another new table. I was so hungry that I was willing to stay and get trapped in here, for it was already 10:30.
Dessert.
I finished my meal, and then ordered dessert. It was now 11:01 and I could hear the curfew orders being called outside. Anyone out there would get picked up and put in a van and get carted off. Meanwhile, I'd figured out her dilemma. She came over and sat down, looking relieved that her shift was over, saying,
I'm sorry I got busy and that I may have worried you. You must be wondering.
I held up my hand. Let me guess.
Okay. This should be interesting.
You want to get out of this place, out of the country even, because they don't accept you here because of your round eyes and your other mixed features, as well as your good English. They considering you not to be pure Korean. They shunned you in the Korean school and in Korean society, so you switched or were switched to the American school in the fort, learning English there and gaining some American and foreign friends, with whose help you bettered your English even more, which while useful made you stand out all the more here. Plus, well, you have larger American-sized breasts from your father's side. The GI who engaged your mother as a prostitute here some 19 years ago. You're tall for here as well.
Perfect. And I've already graduated school. Are you a spy or something?
No. Well, maybe you.
No, I nose around. Not much else to do.
You don't like Korea, but you bear it well. And by the way, you look pretty nice.
Thanks. But of course they don't think so here. To them I'm an ugly outcast, but they have to think that way.
True. But you are still well adjusted, given your turmoils, but you don't want to have to work the back rooms when you reach 18 or whatever age decides it. It perhaps be impossible at a younger age. But your English speaking ability delayed it, or something else. But the time is drawing nigh, I can tell, by your anxiety.
Hear you. Every word you're good. And you work in intelligence, just like the last guy.
Well, sort of, and I may soon be working there. I'm rather new. But I know someone there who is good at everything. And he's a friend.
So, you can call up your cohort?
The word cohort floored me, and I could only say, good word, cohort.
The Assyrians came down like wolves from the fold, their cohorts gleaming in purple and gold.
I know that one well.
It's an army poem.
Yeah, it would be. In the army school here.
Oh, and my mother runs this place, and she does want me to work the back rooms. I have to get out of here.
And your father is long gone, but he was an American in the Korean War about 19 years ago.
Yes, and I have a stepfather now. He's a farmer. I've even considered running away, but I'd rather not get into that position. In this country, I need to try to do it right. I'm getting desperate. I've already made some moves towards getting away.
Somewhere I can be me. Somewhere I don't have to fear becoming what they want. I've already made some moves towards getting away. I snuck my birth certificate away, and when I traveled to Seoul a while back on the pretense of visiting my relatives there, which I also did, I applied for a green card. I called the embassy a while back, and they said it takes time. Plus, I had to be 18, which I nearly am now. 2 days. I think you have to buy me in order for me to be able to leave the country. I also have the truck and people photos that your predecessor asked me to take.
Well, what if I told you that I could take you to a place where there was no prejudice against foreigners, where all shapes of eyes were considered beautiful, where cultures mixed, where intermarriage was not unusual, but even common. You would even be considered beautiful in America, for you look both American and Oriental. You are a perfect blend. You got the best from your father and mother.
I'll go, and you won't be sorry. You care, don't you? I'm so happy you came out of nowhere. So you will help me?
Yeah, for sure. I already thought about it, and it's the right thing to do. The green card thing has to get going. Foreign nationals from certain places can't get in, even with a temporary visa, and they have quotas too. You're also a beautiful enigma. Do you have a phone? I have to call Hawaii and check in anyway soon, although I'm kind of a day ahead in my... I have a puzzle for you, and maybe it's even half solved. In short, a near 18-year-old female Amerasian product of the Korean War, 2 days to her birthday, has already applied for a green card using her birth certificate at our embassy in Seoul to escape having to work in a house of ill repute run by her mother just outside the fort near To-Go. Says she has the photos that need...
But for the female speaker, use a female voice. My steak had arrived, but the Amerasian waitress had to attend to another new table. I was so hungry that I was willing to stay and get trapped in here, for it was already 10:30. I finished my meal and then ordered dessert. It was now 11:01, and I could hear the curfew orders being called outside. Anyone out there would get picked up and put in van and get carted off. Meanwhile, I'd figured out her dilemma. She came over and sat down, looking relieved that her shift was over, saying, "I'm sorry I got busy and that I may have worried you. You must be wondering." I held up my hand. Let me guess. Okay, she replied, "This should be interesting. You want to get out of this place, out of the country, even because they don't accept you here because of your round eyes and your other mixed features, as well as your good English. They're considering you not to be pure Korean. They shunned you in the Korean school and in Korean society, so you switched to the American school in the fort, learning English there and gaining some American and foreign friends, with whose help you bettered your English even more, which, while useful, made you stand out all the more here. Plus, well, you have larger American-sized breasts from your father's side. The GI who engaged your mother as a prostitute here some 19 years ago. You're tall for here as well. Perfect. And I've already graduated school. Are you a spy or something? No. Well, maybe you. No, I nose around. Not much else to do. You don't like Korea, but you bear it well, and by the way, you look pretty nice. Thanks. But of course they don't think so here. To them I'm an ugly outcast, but they have to think that way. True. But you are still well-adjusted, given your turmoils. But you don't want to have to work the back rooms when you reach 18 or whatever age decides it. It perhaps being possible at a younger age. But your English-speaking ability delayed it, or something else. But the time is drawing nigh. I can tell by your anxiety. Hear you! Every word you're good! And you work in intelligence! Just like the last guy. Well, sort of. And I may soon be working there, I'm rather new. But I know someone there who is good at everything. And he's a friend. So, you can call up your cohort! The word cohort floored me, and I could only say, good word!
Yes, sir. O'Malley here. She's been identified, Lieutenant. Miri works at the Lucky Star, Amerasian. Sir, I understand the urgency, but this arrangement, it feels ethically fraught. Buying a person practically? Yes, sir. I'll make contact. Miri, this is a legal release for your stepfather to essentially transfer his guardianship. The $300 is what he's requested. It's for his cooperation. And you're certain about this? Leaving everything? It's a one-way trip once you sign. It's a complex process. We need these papers validated at the Pusan courthouse. Sung Lee, he's the one who can make it legitimate. He has connections.
He says it is for my future, for a new life. He needs to secure his own future too. Many debts. There is not much for me here. My mother is gone. My father, only a uniform I remember. This is a chance to be not Amerasian girl from the base. Just a person. Pusan is far. My stepfather, he is impatient. This was on the papers. They spoke of logistics for a northern journey and strange packages. These men, they are not just rich, they are dangerous.
Sergeant O'Malley, Miss Miri, thank you for coming. The payment to the stepfather is clearly documented. His signature, Miss Miri's consent, it appears to be mostly in order. However, Sergeant, do you understand what this ownership arrangement means in a cultural context here? Beyond the legalities of property transfer, it is a necessity because for a woman, particularly one with no living parents, this document is seen by many as legally binding her to you. A foreign soldier acquiring her from her guardian. It is quite literally, in the eyes of many, equivalent to an informal marriage, or worse, a chattel transfer. It speaks to her societal standing.
Dauphiné, the papers are validated, Sung Lee confirmed. Miri's ready for the Guam transit, understood. Just the cultural implications, Lieutenant. Sung Lee made it clear this isn't just paperwork. In their eyes, I'm practically married to her. This commitment, it's profound. 2 days from Incheon. Military escort will take us out. You'll be on a plane to Guam, then to the States.
Said, a Dauphiné's over the phone with Patrick. Continuing good. That's it then. And it helps the process. Okay. You are, unfortunately, in a very backward area. Getting into the US with a green card will be relatively easy, due to my connections. But getting out of Korea, in her case, requires you to own her. Thus her stepfather signing her over to you. Any old piece of paper with a signature, address, and date will do. Her mother can't sew it. Only a man can do these things in Korea. If it works, then go to the main courthouse in Pusan, which isn't all that far away, and ask for Sung Lee. He will validate the ownership deal and speed it up. He may have to call on the stepfather, but he will probably accept your vouch, since he knows me. Do you think she has any intelligence information for us? She's the waitress here, and so I suppose she encounters just about everyone around, eventually. And she looks out the window a lot, and takes pictures. Those must be what the photos are of Chin's people, and perhaps of some suspicious street traffic. We'll have to figure it out later. Sometimes these things pan out, and sometimes they don't. Mail me the photos. More of our supplies go into that fort than it seems there ought to be. It's only a curiosity at this point, but if it increases... Anyway, if the stepfather doesn't accept the 300s, then go to the Adjutant General's office and ask for 500 or more. If you need it, tell them it's for Okinawa travel. Mention my name. We'd rather avoid that though. But if you have to, then it's fine. Enter the US in Guam, not Honolulu. Ask for James Gallagher in immigration. He'll be sure make it smooth for you. Sometimes they give Koreans and others a hard time, and see the sights everywhere. Take you time, enjoy. Oh, and there's one more thing. That's right. Owning a female by a young adult non-related male is considered to be even higher than marriage, and so it includes it. that validity only applies in Korea. She may give it more importance, though. Wow. Guess I can't get married again in Korea. Right. And give the tapes to Vince and tell him to return. If it's a go, so then she can have their seat on the planes. I don't have any other stops to add for you. Next time, though, or the time after, we may have a lot. In a month or two, aloha.
No, but sometimes there are ordinary trucks going by after the curfew, but only about once in a month or two. Strange. Yeah, I'm off until mid-afternoon and he's dying to sell me. You're going to own me for life. Yes, you are. You are taking a big chance on me, and for me. I could sense that the other guy wasn't going to do that, but you were going to do it anyway. We're going to be as married too, besides you're owning me. That's fine. I'll be happy to meet her. I'll even pretend that I'm not married or owned. So, what's one more? Yeah, I am, and it did happen. I feel like one, but I wasn't a plant. What now? I'll take you to an empty, clean room. You don't even have to kick a girl out. This whole place is a hazard to everyone's health.
Will I like Hawaii? You'll love it. It's much a worldly oriental mixture, and there are many countries' blends there, such as yourself. There's no shunning, all is friendliness.
Good night, husband.
She was still over at the window, looking. Anything out there?
No. But sometimes there are ordinary trucks going by after the curfew. But only about once in a month or two. Strange.
Shall we go to see your stepfather tomorrow? Early.
Yeah. I'm off until mid-afternoon. And he's dying to sell me. You're going to own me for life.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're taking a big chance on me. And for me, I could sense that the other guy wasn't going to do that.
You're so on the ball that you rolled me over.
But you were going to do it anyway.
Yeah. It seems that my whole life has turned out to be a preparation for helping people out in strange circumstances. And they're always female, beautiful, and caring.
We're going to be as married too. Besides, you're owning me.
Only here I have a girlfriend in Hawaii, and I can't own people as property.
That's fine. I'll be happy to meet her. I'll even pretend that I'm not married or owned.
And I have a girlfriend in Japan, and one in New York too.
Perhaps that's not what I should have said, but she replied, so what's one more?
You're pretty sharp to have become like you are in this far-off place. This is really quite a rare happening.
Yeah, I am. And it did happen.
You seem like some sort of a spy who was planted here, but that's not possible, is it?
I feel like one, but I wasn't a plant.
Yeah, the LT would have known about it.
What now?
I don't have anywhere to sleep, my dear.
I'll take you to an empty, clean room. You don't even have to kick a girl out. This whole place is a hazard to everyone's health.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Will I like Hawaii?
You'll love it. It's much a worldly oriental mixture. And there are many countries' blends there, such as yourself. There's no shunning, all is friendliness.
I gave her the magazine from my back pocket so she could look at the Hawaiian scenes and people. She took it off somewhere, saying, "Good night, husband."
Great, hey. Hold on a minute, I have to get rid of these tapes. I wheeled the tapes into the hallway and detached a note about Vince returning to Hawaii with the tapes and called, "Vince, you there? Vince, I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom." No answer. I waited a while, hiding out of sight. Vince dashed out and stole the tapes and then read the note. She packed a suitcase, hid it in the empty room, and then she waited on the tables. Just as if it were a regular day, I ate and hung out there reading and talking to her in between customers. I would have to support this person in Hawaii. Let's go to sleep, my not new wife and my not property. We have a big day tomorrow.
Okay. Maybe I admit that I'm love-starved, though.
I went to the room she'd given me the night before. She followed. I stripped down to my underwear and got under the covers. She did the same. We lay there and looked at each other. We soon hugged and kissed in the near dark. Emotions stirred in me and I could tell they had in her. I knew this would happen, and so did she, only hers were brand new of that magical first time. The fates had signed us as actors in this real-life movie.
I'm changing my name.
Good. I've trouble pronouncing it. What's your new name?
Cho.
That sounds Chinese.
It's from chosen. I've been chosen.
By me?
Yes, by you. And I need more kisses.
Okay.
They were intense.
Good night, Cho. We can get to know each other more in Guam. It's kind of been all business so far, but we need to close it out to be sure of it.
Or now.
We can fall asleep holding each other.
We can sleep on the train tomorrow. I'm too excited to sleep now. I know you're well. Like trying to be business-like, army-like, and as a big brother protecting me.
You're under 18.
No, it's after midnight, so I was just born, technically.
I'm not sure I know how to initiate a virgin.
Yes, you do. You know a lot. Be slow and gentle.
Well, I was going to be anyway. Unlike those in the rest of the rooms around here, it's gonna make us feel very close. Though, for now and in the future, I'm spoken for, at least temporarily, for a while. Remember, my girlfriend in Hawaii.
And the others, too.
How about short time?
Short can become long.
It was only now that mattered. We put ourselves into action with both body and heart. Mind and soul would have to wait until we knew each other better. We made love to the Korean flute music that was wafting in through the window. It washed over us and ran softly through our bodies.
There soon came an understanding. Two people of the world began to see others for what they were, not just for what they appeared to be. She played the yin and I played the yang. Our circles would soon intersect and all the more link as we each merged deeper into the other.
Night had touched the garment of day, and the day had given a twilight kiss to the night. Short had become long, We got up early and made the train, and somehow slept in it. We got off and walked through the gates of Seoul for a hearty meal of kimchi, and Seimin to carry us through the afternoon. We passed the shrine of 1,000 Buddhas. Everything went well in emigration, and we soon left Korean airspace. The 8th Army remained behind to guard the country from itself and the hands of fools. And now the hills of Japan had come into view, for we'd slept some more on the flight. In Tokyo, one could hardly see the rising sun through the shroud of smoke that blanketed the city. There were people in every nook and cranny, between all the factories and electric billboards. The pretty young girls sported their gaily colored skirts and their bright red lipstick. The vehicles even drove on the right-hand side of the road. Like in England, not at all a known fact to me. We caught a flight for Guam with several obviously honeymooning couples. We breezed through customs and immigration. Talk about life in the fast lane! A world record, indeed! We went straight to our hotel. Though somewhat confusing at first, the sight of our life and love would eventually become clear. As we lay awake for a while that night, there was intrigue in the air, and the beating of wild hearts played rhythm for the music of our plight in the midst of the strangeness of the situation. Relaxing in the arms of shore, I felt so nameless, yet somehow so human, now far away from the ancient land of the yin and the yang, yet still whirling in its revolving symbol. Our love-making went all too well. As exotically erotic, the fates had paved our path with otherworldly flowers and fumes. From the depths of the deep, we'd been swept up by events that were beyond our control.
We went out to the beach the next day. Here was the Pacific Ocean, the sea that was a mother to all Polynesia. There we lie on the sand, listening to the hypnotic crashing of life's never-ending waves, watching the rising sun setting on the other side of our minds. It was through each other's eyes that we began to experience a new consciousness of reality. We felt spacey, but not lost.
We had left the earth as in a dream. We floated away. We flew high, low, and underwater. She took me far beneath the coral sea, from Saipan to Bali High,
From Paradise Pacifica to Atlantis and beyond, to the shades of Avalon, then back to Bora Bora
the enchanted sea. It was wet and mild, like a cleansing shower. Soon we were witness to all of the winged hours that time empowered.
Joe's silky hair flowed as weightless minutes through the hours. We saw the most wonderful underwater flowers. We saw the halls of good and evil, tasted feelings both sweet and sour. We saw and savored all of those fleeting visions that speechless memory had devoured.
Then we saw a lady sitting on a throne. Though disembodied, she was a living spirit and spoke to us softly and sweetly.
You have found me, you have found love. This I freely give to you.
Knowest thou this, that all the good which shines forth on this earth, that all the caring shared in this world is but a portion of one power, which is mine, the power of
We allowed our emotions to gain control. Our thoughts rolled on as we lay there, enjoying the breezes. We felt more with the world now, and we could see it all out there before us. Oceans away from our cultures and homelands. We had bought a silver cloud to ride on. We were our own saviors as we continued both our hearts, beating life into each other.
We went for dinner outside. Day was now nearly done.
We looked out onto sea. The ocean was imbued with a heavy tint of gold, a sort of a brassy gold. Boats and piers creaked, and ships' bells were jostled into ringing. Such days can never be too long. Dessert was guavas, and the nighttime was delicious. Soon the twilight flute music that called the Korean tune of centuries past as it filled and haunted my mind, a mind which had never heard. But its music was not in my mind, it was real, and it was coming from Joe's flute. Joe's mother had given her the flute as a young girl, and she'd treasured it, and had brought it along. The Southern Cross could be seen about 6 degrees above the southern horizon, and there, rising on the northern horizon, was the North Star. We had reached the crossroads of north and south. I had come from the west, and she from the east. The twain had met, although Arthur Mark Twain had thought it never would. We had stayed a week in Guam, now signed, sealed, and delivered by the fates. It was the universe idea, as with everything else.
husband to the great archipelago of Hawaii. Are you sure you want to be so tied down at a young age?
Tie me down and tie me up. You saved me, I am yours forever. Guaranteed, no matter where you are or where you end up or with whom.
The universe did it. I'm according it to you.
We flew into Honolulu the next day, walking in as if we owned the place. We gazed in wonder up at the mountains shrouded in mist. The air was filled with the scents of plumeria, ginger, jasmine, orchids, birds of paradise, and hibiscus. We looked up to the mountains where the fern jungles and the bamboo forests grew, where the good luck Tiki gods resided, where the Garden of Eden was surely located.
Who's this wonderful creature? So happy to meet you, Colleen. Patrick told me how he loves you so much. I'm so happy for you too. I have intelligence for the army. They asked Patrick to bring me back. Plus, I just had to get out of Korea too.
Well, I predicted it. I told him to bring a Korean girl here. Well, then this is the place for you. Need a room? You can have Patrick's old porch room. We're both in mine.
I'm a half-breed, although I look more American than Korean. Yeah.
Golden leaves in the twilight dance.
Colleen, I'll tell you the whole story later. I own her now by old Korean law, for I had to purchase her from her father. And, well, while that's only for over there, it's a near unbelievable tale all around, and the ownership thing includes marriage.
Shadows whisper a fleeting chance.
Don't worry about it, Patrick. I hope you made love to her. That's wonderful. I mean it. Free as the wind. No, not now, so much. But I'll have to find someone or two in Seattle. I know better what to look for now.
I did. Free love? But you don't do that here. Wow, that was too easy. We were headed together anyway, Colleen.
Wine of dusk spills rich and red under a sky where stars have bled. A spark in the dark, a flame in the cold, a tale untold, a heart to...
Colleen accepts our love relationship wholeheartedly. You were honoring her as you'd promised, and now she's upped that and is honoring you back. Yeah, I'm doubly blessed for a little while.
What a rare and gracious lady, and I am triply, for I have you, her, and Hawaii. Before that I had not much.
It's the least I can do for my entering into a romance with you that I knew I'd have to leave. Plus, I rode into it on Kimio's skirt tails. I know, and it's fabulous. Sorry that it's been so short. We are all one now, at least for a while, until I have to go home.
Sing of time we can't hold back.
Chose as a child in a candy shop, Hawaii was 3 times better than Guam by climate, size, and wonders. I had 4 girlfriends now, and 2 were in Hawaii. This live and love thing had gotten out of hand. Being in Hawaii and in foreign lands was like pouring gasoline onto an already flaming passion. A reckoning was now at hand. Perhaps we went to Colleen's, and Colleen gave me wild hugs and kisses, while Joe stood back. Who's this wonderful creature? Colleen asked, I ain't Joe standing around. So happy to meet you. Colin Patrick told me how he loves you so much. I'm so happy for you too. I have intelligence for the army. They asked Patrick to bring me back. Plus I just had to get out of Korea too. It's a miracle of a happening. Well, I predicted it. Colleen knowed it. I told him to bring a Korean girl here. I'm a half-breed, although I look more American than Korean. Well then, this is the place for you. Need a room? Yeah. You can have Patrick's old porch room. We're both in mine. So, Joe was going to cover for me. Well, I'd have to tell the truth to Colleen. Joe went in to see the porch room, Colleen. I'll tell you the whole story. Later I own her now, by old Korean law. For I had to purchase her from her father and, well, that's only for over there. It's a near unbelievable tale all around. And the ownership thing includes marriage.
Don't worry about it, Patrick. I hope you made love to her.
I did.
That's wonderful.
I mean it. Free love?
Free as the wind.
But you don't do that here.
No, not now, so much. But I'll have to find someone or two in Seattle. I know better what to look for now.
Wow. That was too easy.
It's the least I can do for my entering into a romance with you that I knew I'd have to leave. Plus, I rode into it on Kimio's skirt tails.
We were headed together anyway, Colleen.
I know. And it's fabulous sorry that it's been so short.
Ho Ling snuggled onto the back of my motorcycle, such as the day might become one with the night at twilight, or as when the moon kisses the sun during an eclipse, or as a soul might meet another soul when the intersecting and closing circles of me and thee conjunct and merge to form the yin and the yang of love in the union of 2 merged inseparable selves, like Adam and Eve, each containing the key to the other self. We rode into Fort Shafter and went over to CSC PAC to see Le Tour Dauphiné. He interviewed Cho for some time while I caught up on some things from Ben and from Lena, who ran the intelligence side of the programming. I saw Vince sitting at his desk, smiling.
I'm giving her a weekly allowance for 12 months, and I hear she has a place with Colleen in Waikiki for now. I'm also sending another CID agent undercover operative to the fort in Tagu, as I already sent one just a month ago, based on nothing more than a hunch, and then we'll find out more about what's going on with the Chinese there. Some of our more sensitive equipment may be going off to China, sailing across the sea, right there, just a few hundred miles away. Cho's truck photos are of vehicles from a seaport, and she has Chinese customers on the same nights. This kind of thing happened in Vietnam too, and we stopped it. I suppose they've moved on to try it in South Korea, but that fort is only second tier. Nevertheless, we don't need the Chinese getting a foot in the door. One of the operatives is going to have to follow the trucks, somehow, or even hide inside it, due to the scarcity of traffic at night, but I don't think it will come to that. Well, this was a lucky find, indeed.
A shadow dances in the silver glow, whispered secrets the night must know. Stars above like shattered glass, each moment fleeting yet meant to last. Oh, time, you thief, you cruel embrace, you carve your mark on every face.
Good hunch, Lieutenant.
Routine. You should see what the general does.
Dare I ask?
He's in Cambodia, with the special forces you saw at the airport. One last, long effort before the war winds down.
Cripes.
Yeah, double cripes. We're not supposed to be in there.
Holy moly!
Our general has heart.
How long has this been going on?
For quite some time. Nixon knows, so we're covered.
But Nixon isn't.
True, man. The buck stops there.
Truman?
Yeah.
The moon's a chalice filled with light. It spills and stains the velvet night.
We went out to dinner, eating outdoors near the ocean, to celebrate. I had entered some kind of uncharted forest of double love. They sat on either side of me, making me their love sandwich, with kisses raining from both sides. Some tourists gave us a strange look.
To us, to the east and the west, united by Patrick and to the good old Army intelligence.
We all kissed, even Colleen and Cho. More tourists stared. The moon began to rise over Waikiki. The moon rose over Waikiki, it seeming to rise right out of Diamond Head Crater. We breathed deep the scented air. Every breath was fresh and full of life. We returned to Colleen's. It was Friday night, and we were free all weekend.
Shadow dances in the silver glow, whispered secret.
Needless to say, we all squeezed into Colleen's bed without having discussed it. Things happened. Which words for I have lost? Sorry, readers. Guess I'd be dividing my time.
It's the night must know. Stars above like shattered glass.
Cho had woken me up earlier and had sent me over to sleep with Colleen and wake her up. Alice Wong came over. I'd given her my address. We all gathered around the printout while having breakfast at lunchtime.
Each moment fleeting yet meant to last. Oh, time, you thief, you cruel embrace, you call.
These are my girlfriends, Alice.
I not allow boyfriend in China. All live one house.
And so you just put it out of your mind?
I guess. I no think it.
Why not?
Chinese tradition. Marriage arranged. I marry once, but he mean I come Hawaii by Hong Kong. Uncle pull string.
Alice had an aptitude for all this, and she was a very ready student, having had all the necessary courses to be able to fill in the background behind what I was teaching her.
Fun kung la. Thank you too much.
One only needs to create subroutines for storing and retrieving data, and for a few other common functions like sorting. Therefore, most any program could be created out of these few prime constituents. The programmer is then relieved of thinking and coding at a low level of detail, the very area in which most problems occur. Alice next brought out a COBOL program. I called Vince at the fort to come over. He knew that language well. There was a payphone just outside the barracks in an open-to-the-air hallway. The next thing we did was to work on Alice's broken English, which actually only had but 2 simple faults. We began inserting prepositions for her in whatever she said, so it would sink in better. She would gain a whole extra dimension of communication. My girlfriends asked Alice and Vince to stay for the weekend. Later, Vince and Alice passed out on the couch together. I walked by them during the night. Situation solved.
The moon's a chalice filled with light. It spills and stains the velvet night.
A garden blooms where none can see. Its roots entwined with mystery. Oh, heart, you ache, you break, you yearn through every page. Your fires burn. Rubaiyats of life and flame, 1,000 verses call your name. Echoes rise where dreams collide. Rubaiyat where we
On Monday, I put on my Army uniform and went into work. In the afternoon, the lieutenant came over and asked,
How's your marriage going?
He stepped back, smiling as if I might swat him with a printout. My girlfriend likes my wife, and vice versa.
That's a good one.
It's true, and they live in the same place too. It's wonderful, actually.
You're going to have to start taking a lot of vitamins.
That's for sure.
We need you to take some tapes to Okinawa in a few weeks. That will give you a break. See the sights there and in Japan proper.
Okay.
It should be routine. Know any girls in Japan?
Yes.
When did this happen?
When Sarge gave me 2 weeks off.
Cripes.
She has an older sister, Lieutenant.
I have a girl here who is even relatively nearby, but you and everyone won't be able to figure out who she is.
Okay, but I'm not going to try.
She's a real sweetheart. We'll probably get engaged soon.
Congratulations. The Lutit had probably thrown in the word relatively to throw me off, but it wouldn't be polite to go nosing around. I worked on computer programs for the next 3 weeks. After work, I began bringing pieces of things up the mountain, a few at a time, towards completing a mountain retreat. I had brought up the tent, a small grill and a wide cot, along with sheets and pillows, and a few other assorted items, such as cookware, a lantern, and some waterproof bags.
A ruby sun drips
Great things could get accomplished a day at a time.
down the sky. It stains the clouds.
The tent was the toughest thing to bring up. It tilted upward, with one end tied to the back of the motorcycle and the other end dragging along while I had to be sure not stall out. In a few weeks, I left for Okinawa and the Philippines too, which they had added on, and it was really too damn hot in Manila. In later years, I would write,
Won't say why. The earth.
O Olongapo, flesh pot of fertile flora, Pinatubo reseals your box Pandora, fiery ash freezes your beauty in time, a poem in stone like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Deep a crimson sigh. We chase the stars. We leap. We fly.
A flame that burns, it never rests. It sears our hearts, it fills our chest.
I then dropped in on Kimio for a week on the large island of Kyushu and met her friends and family. I thought I owed her that much and told her I'd come by every so often, hopefully. I also reminded her that I was stuck in the army and might have to go on dangerous missions, and so she should live in love too.
Pour the wine, eternal bright, dance beneath the ancient night.
She really loved her family, her home, and her culture, but she was still the dreamer of all of them. Her sister Junko waxed more practical about the love situation, ending with,
At last the world unwinds, happiness entangled vine.
We need you here, Kimio, and we need help with the apartments. Patrick is in the army, and after that he has to go to work in New York. Real life is not like a vacation in Hawaii.
In love it is.
Fukuoka had it all, from castles to parks to ocean beaches, and across those waters, not really very far off, was Busan, Korea, a place that neither Cho nor I ever wished to go back to or hear of.
The moon weeps silver, soft and slow. A ghostly tune begins to grow. It sears our hearts, it fills our chests.
Pour the wine, eternal bright, dance beneath the ancient night. Raise the glass, the world unwinds, happiness entangled vines.
So any thoughts on college? You still planning on heading back to the mainland?
I'm not sure yet. Part of me wants to, but it's a big decision.
The moon weeps silver, soft and slow. A ghostly tune begins to grow.
See those 7 stars? My grandfather called that the Great Plow.
Violin whispers,
We call it the Big Dipper. It's funny how we see different things in the same stars.
shadows flow, yet joy erupts where dark winds blow.
Strings that soar, they kiss
In my village in Korea, we were very poor. Each house had only one light bulb.
the sky. Voices clash, then unify.
At night, it was so dark. The stars. They were my only other light. The pole star was our guide.
You know Orion the hunter?
We call him the Grand Warrior, and Taurus the bull. For us, he is a giant water buffalo.
Passion blooms, it cannot die. Our hearts combust, we won't ask why.
Eternal bright, dance beneath the ancient night. Raise the glass, the world unwinds. Happiness entangled vines.
We lived, loved, talked, and traveled around for many a day, at least on weekends or when I wasn't working, ever returning in the evening to the enchanted place, our mountain retreat tent in the cliff cave. We got on to discussing everything, even wars and politics, and concluded that it was usually North against South in the many civil wars within countries. Although there were some almost seeming East versus West cases, but these came from without rather than within, such as in the East-West division of Germany. Out of the blue, I asked her the origin of the words news, and she understandably replied that it was news, the letters for North, East, West, and South that could be seen on a weather vane from a certain direction. I knew then that there were some fine old books in the library of the fort in Korea. We came to the subject of meaning, happiness, and completion in one's life, and she again astounded me with her insight.
That makes me wonder, what is the origin of the word news?
NEWS stands for North, East, West, South on a weather vane.
It's fascinating how the movement of the weather vane often correlated precisely with the major news events happening globally that week.
It's beautiful here with you.
I know. I don't want to leave.
It's realizing that meaning isn't found, it's built. And happiness, true happiness, is the feeling of being complete.
It is not about one's individual pursuits that does it all, but the relations and connections, and it is certainly not about an unlived or solitary life, for that kind of life is worthless and ultimately not satisfying, although some of that is necessary at times to support one's entire and glorious endeavor.
The hardest part isn't letting go, it's realizing you were holding on to a memory that no longer exists.
It's these small connections that truly define a relationship, isn't it? Just being present, right here together.
I know we just met, but I feel like I've known you forever.
I understand completely. It feels the same for me.
There is no value in a solitary existence. It is empty, hollow, and utterly without worth.
Supporting your glorious endeavor means nurturing every part of yourself, not just the strong parts.
And what would be the one summation in its highest form, although still the same motivation in all of its forms?
It is to be as close to another as one can ever be, as suitable, of course, whether as friend, helper, or life partner, for it is this otherness that completes and joys the individual self into happiness, meaning, and fulfillment.
I just wanted to say how much you mean to me. You are my partner, my helper, and my dearest friend.
It's realizing that the very things that make us different are the things that complete us.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
and this is why we are together.
She knew that one could not be a self all alone, that others brought forth and defined a fair portion of one's self and being. The breezes swept over us at night as we slept on the wide cot at the back of the cliff cave, which was even in a nook somewhat, by a tent extension that opened. This retreat was one of the things that made us akin with nature in this land, which was as open and free as the people in it. Warmth in climate begat warmth in human outlooks all the more. Other places could never be quite as Hawaii was. Cho was an all-in-one, meaning everything in one person, a rare find, such as in she being learned yet also aware, wildly adventurous, friendly, and romantic, a full-sided fit to life. She had finished reading the Sherlock Holmes compendium within a week. The odds of us having run into each other were astronomical, and yet it had happened, and it was ever deepening.
Come on, the best part is just ahead. All right, I'm coming. This is beautiful.
I could stay here forever with you.
Me too.
Closeness and consideration of a partner is key in the rise and continuance of synergy and love in a relationship. Even a detached neutrality will never amount to anything, and certainly anything to the opposite effect will eventually produce a great distance. And yet many could not know this, and so their lives of love and even friendship rode on to ruin. Yet all comes rather naturally when one is as close to another as can be, when that relationship is true. The origin of the universe, and then life, is the ultimate detective story, and the enjoyment of living is its ultimate manifestation. Some, like the Khmer Rouge, and others, could never know this, and so it would become a part of my job to help dispatch them, if only for a little bit part. I had helped the army finish the development of software that could track movement. The enemy carried long metal objects known as rifles and shorter ones known as pistols and general weapons. And these were what were tracked, not the people, but of course they were usually with or near the soldiers. The motorcycle churns the dirt of the trail, its first gear pulling us up and up, through twists and turns, over roots and rocks, towards the camp retreat, in late afternoon, raising up the sun a bit, or sometimes even at night, raising up the stars, with our water and goods in the saddlebags. Here the tent, the soft moving airs, and the lightness of being. Then later on, the soft pillows of sleep, into the dawn, below the shooting stars. Existence ever trumps essence. Here today, gone to Maui. Twilight, dawn, or dusk are the still points of the noise, the day-night neither here nor there, but in equipoise. As the motorcycle races down the Pali Highway at 90 mapa, the ultimate symphony begins to play, as emotions in the state of being. Misadventure rides on the back. We then cross the deep blue ocean, aboard the ferry to Maui. We had come upon the pot plantation on Maui, whose owners I had known from a previous excursion. Jake and Jill really resided on the hazy boundary of legal and not, but we would keep their secret. We next took a ferry to Kauai, a rare destination. It's a quiet island, one good for honeymooners and sightseeing, containing the legendary Bali High and the Waimea Canyon, which is lined by a cliff road that was not much of a road at all, and there was no fence or railing. We had next driven to the end of Kuhio Highway 56, reaching the exotic Haina State Park, located on the north shore of Kauai, often referred to as the end of the road. We were tucked against the Nepali cliffs in this Haina State Park. Haina is usually translated as red hot. When the sun is down on the right side of the Nepali cliffs, the scene turns to a deep and perfect red, and this is where many couples have envisioned a beach wedding. The 230-acre park is situated at the terminus of the North Shore Drive and is host to Lumahai Beach, Haina Beach, Ka Beach, and a spectacular 1,280 FT cliff named Bali High. The cliff and these beaches have also been the locations for several well-known songs and movies, as in the film almost titled Bali High, set in the South Pacific, and then given that name. 1 mile to the east is Lumahai Beach, which is actually 3 beaches in various degrees of connectedness, depending on how the sand builds up. It is visually stunning, with black lava cliffs, white sand, blue ocean, and green jungle. It's always great for running on the soft sand, then swimming in the fresh water of the mouth of Lumahai River, and playing in the waves where the river meets the ocean. When I was 7 years old, my mother had taken me to see the movie, South Pacific, and somehow that had steered me to Hawaii, and now here I was, at Bali High. It had glued onto me across the years.
On our way back inland, in Kauai, amid the endless sugarcane fields, Cho and I came upon yet another tin shack, among so many. But this time we stopped and gave them some goodies and talked and stayed into the night with this Filipino couple. They knew the names of the stars, and that therein hydrogen was being converted to helium, and that was why the stars shone. In the quiet of the night, we could hear the waterfalls rushing, way off in the distance.
The night is a book of whispered gold, pages turning.
On the ferry ride back from Kauai to Honolulu, we could still smell the scents of jasmine and many other flowers in the midst of the open sea. And it was in these types of moments of bodily sensation that we felt most alive. And so we knew, like Walt Whitman, that a life of only the mind would never do, as emotions and feeling arose so much from that which the body does.
Burning secrets unfold, a dance of stars in velvet skies. I taste the dawn in your warm sighs.
We had returned to our mountain retreat camp. We got to talking about evolution, viruses, bacteria, and influenza for some reason. And so I offered that if only we could annihilate time and come up with some living fossils, then perhaps they could help treat some diseases.
The old times are still here, deep within the oceans, and those creatures are even more dynamic and useful than those of the land's past, having great antibacterial and antiviral potential. There are miracle toxins from jellyfish, for example, that not only paralyze the prey, but even keep it more healthy and fresh.
I thought to myself that biomedicine and epidemic prevention could become her fields of study, within marine biology perhaps, as a starter, and noted that she had surmised the range of the teeming sea life without ever having seen it. We went snorkeling across the entire Diamond Head Bay, an easy endeavor, considering the use of fins and goggles, and there we saw just about everything under the water. Later, we took the glass-bottom boat tour, it going somewhat further out.
Petals fall from skies of flame. Each one whispers your sweet name. Through the mist I hear your sigh, a ghost of love that will not die.
Shadows dance, the violins ring, promises lost in the cradle of sleep.
The strings collide with every note. I feel alive.
In our existence over essence, we are again up at our mountain retreat. A cat has adopted us. Fort Shafter lies below, with the city and the ocean much farther out. Sometimes Cho paints while I read. The cat perches at the very edge, looking out over all creation. We cook prime rib on the gas grill. The scents are on the breeze and the life is in the living. Dinosaurs still fly, as birds, and the bacterial kings of forever are still with us. Sometimes we imagine the graceful forms of the Australopithecines as those who are yet in your heart and ours. There is swimming in the ocean, on some days in the late afternoon, followed by a dip in a freshwater lagoonish type of pool at a hotel in Waikiki. When night falls, the sun plummets like a deadweight, relatively speaking, with but a short twilight thereafter, and yet the sunsets are often glorious ones, since the colors are more rapidly changing. Then closeness later, in the tent, and wonderful sleep. Oh, beautiful sleep. Eat, sleep, play, drink, nature, love, thought, and sex are what we are made of. A rather beautiful meld beheld. We asked the night to reveal its mysteries of all that is, but it did not answer us directly. However, we had retained the presence of the night within us, vibrating with its rhythm and resonance. We'd sensed a soft sweep across our heartstrings, for we were willing spirits, and it ever carried us through, in peace, undistracted by any of the day's bright noise of life in busy Honolulu. In harmony, we realized that we each held within ourselves the seed of the other, that yin reaches climax, then retreats in yang's favor, in a cyclic movement of rotational symmetry, for a rounded life is the blend of yin and yang. Still atop the mountain, we took another look at the lights twinkling in the night sky before retiring to the tent. Do you think there are any people living around those lights?
Yes, for sure.
I bet there aren't.
You lose, for that is an airplane full of people.
Damn, it is, and now I see that it's slowly moving. We laid on the grass, pretending that up was down and that down was up. We then seeming to be glued onto the earth and about to fall into the bottomless deep of the night. It was a scary feeling, but we knew from a gravity is the fourth dimension poster in the Whole Earth catalog that space was expanding, and that the Earth's inertia was slowing down the expansion of local space, a drag causing gravity to hold us down, as like a small piece of flotsam is attracted to a log and its less moving wake in a flowing stream. The night sky glittered with blue sapphires, emeralds, diamonds, and other gems of stars. Photons that had traveled millions of light years reached our eyes from stars that may have been long gone and caused electrons to be released from the rods and cones of our eyes, the 3 different types of eye cone proteins, rotating according to the amount of primary color wavelengths received. From our mountain view, we could see the 7 Hrophroasvens noiselessly landing and taking off onto from the coral reef runway that stretched out into the Pacific.
1,000 petals drift through air, a whisper.
The answers are in 2 locked boxes, each of which contains the other's key, and this analogy was really more of the way things worked, as the yin and the yang and vice versa, than the ultimate answer. We had to think outside of the locked boxes to gain the ultimate answer. Normal reasoning would not get us very far. We had to look to unusual reasoning and logic, and then we might get lucky and guess the answer. We have to make our own meaning in life, and that it was on us if we didn't, for that is perhaps the best one can do. Her guess was that form in motion came out of the formless timeless, since all options would have been open then, except for non-existence, which is not possible, for we are here.
Fundamental possibility is the ultimate basis of reality, and has always existed, since nothing could become of nothing. It is fundamentally every possibility at once, in a kind of superposition, since the ultimate ground can have no certain way imparted to it. Note that a fundamental particular state of something actual was totally impossible, for how could the choice have been made as to its specific properties and its total amount? A fundamental state of absolute nothingness was totally impossible too, for there is indeed something that our consciousness interprets. But nothingness may still play a role, as does infinity, eternity, and everything. Fundamental possibility projects the waves that made our local reality, the penultimate reality of electrons, quarks, mass, energy, charge, and such, and or strings or whatever. All is as it is in our local reality because it works.
A fleeting flare, shadows stretch, the sun does glare. The world spins, it doesn't care. Oh, the bloom, it fades too soon, like shadows dancing with the moon. Hold on to joy, it slips away. Catch the light before it strays. Eternal bloom, a fleeting spark in endless gloom.
We rode the tubes of blue and snorkeled over to Molokai for a 3-day weekend, a distance of 25 miles or so, but our fins made it effortless. The spawning whales, our mammalian cousins, cheered us on. We scaled the high cliffs. The former leper colony made us welcome with drinks and a roast pig. All these islands formed from volcanoes that rose from the ocean floor, and we could feel ourselves getting higher also. The army soon offered a religious retreat to the big island of Hawaii, and so we went. It wasn't too bad, for a lot of it was free time for meditation. We meditated on going places, and when we were hitching a ride somewhere, a scientist picked us up and let us go to the Mauna Kea Astronomical Observatory with him, a stroke of luck. Snow was on the Mauna Kea mountaintop, and from there we could almost see forever. As twilight began its end, the scientist let us look through the telescope just before darkness arrived, along with all the more serious astronomers who had time reserved on it. I saw the wonder of wonders of a million galaxies and nebulas whirling away as another forever. We also toured the control center at the base of the mountain, where one could also observe, via what others were focusing on, We flew back to Oahu, to our tented nest in the mountains, and slept in.
Violin weeps, the cello sighs.
It was time to explore the mountain trails some more, the parts outside the fort's land. We walked a bit round and about to get up to the ridgeline, which was but 20 feet up. We looked down at our camp spot from there. No sign of it. Good. Here was the enchanted forest that I'd dreamt of long ago, of slivered moonlight, rich flora, and day views towards the Pali Mountains and the tunnel through them. Here, the rare loa tree, crowded out below, and the patches of the red flowers amid the greenery. Here, the undisturbed portion of the hiking trail that got hiked later on. Here, we owned the world.
Clouds burst open, raining skies. Laughter echoes, but it dies. Yet still we reach, we always try.
We were the king and queen of love and the world. Nothing could stop us.
We went away for her school break to celebrate our safer lives and our long-lasting love. To French Polynesia, via Papeete, Tahiti, which was truly in the South Pacific. We were also going to visit the retired general. Of course, in this new year, I had another month's leave. In Tahiti, the sea is neither blue nor green, but is a color in between. The deep dark hole of cold of old Chicago is not here, just the warmth aglow. Our egos are neither gone nor overblown, but in balance as the known. The calming waves roll, amounting here their toll from the other side of the world. I am beside her, astride the duality of the yin and the yang. There is brightness all about these shifting sands of time, a heart warm beside mine. The birds come down from the sky to pick the table dry, as the ghosts of Pacific walk the waves, the captains of old. The wind on through the curtains of the hut flew as I wrote some poems anew. After love was made, we, connected, stayed, and in each other's embrace, we laid still in place, while our senses melted away, and were felt no more that day, having been replaced by a new sense, a joy that lay beyond sense, a realm of calm, deeply felt, as everywhere it dwelt, a sensation both mystical and totally magical. In it we drifted, crossing the oceans filled with good emotions, and floated down through deep caverns. Oh, deep we flew, rising and falling through a space where no thoughts could race, weightless, unlimited, unmeasured, in the poetic land of many pleasures, there becoming near invisible, losing our bodily presence, choosing to remain as one, although to even move would have required too much effort, of which we had none, for in spirit we had one become ghostly phantoms, spectres with human powers, known only in myth, lying awash on our love-made shore, our senses shining forevermore, like the sun, a scarlet flame above, as beings quenched in the sea of love. The pulse of love was still much with us as we lay awash on the shore, resting, entwined, within the paradise of lovemaking, where we rode upon the waves, receding and returning, wet with liquid peace, fulfilled, as now and yet again, small wavelets from the soul's ocean of emotions swept on through us. In ripples, echoes of the storm's mighty swell, vibrating and rinsing. Waves seemed to come from within us, yet from all around, relaxing us as each other we kissed, while rivulets ran back into the sea, every drop tingling as it found us in caress. Then another, and yet another drop quivered its waving way over us, cascading, while we yet embraced, connected all the while in with one all, flowing, immersed in the romantic afterglow, with water sinking into the sands and half drying before wetting again, moisture rising up into the air in one fluid motion, toward the sun. Then, yet one last whisper of watery sensation, calling us back into the sea.
Come, new friends, to hear of the dark, the light, and the never.
We are here being ever.
There are books unwritten and never told.
We can listen until we get old.
By what muted shore of the dark river did its strand call us forth?
We're sure that we'll never hear worse.
By what far edge of furrowed forest didst the Khmer Rouge seek our name?
O General, through what hazy depth of gloom hast thy warriors and thou tread and threadest?
Gather thee round, and you shall knowest.
He had found his enchanted evening in his lovelady, a nurse, in an echo of South Pacific. I still had 9 months to go in the army, but was now free of the occasional trips to Indochina that had ever made my stay on Oahu a mixture of skulls and roses, death amid romance, a rare conjunction the likes of which never occurred again but in its continuance. It's ever love and live what rains forth from the all-giving skies of the tiki gods, who even operate far away and way up above, gathering the forming vapors into clouds that cross the ocean, picking up moisture on their way, unto climbing the Pali Mountains and cooling with their fine, refreshing sprays of mist.
Cho rode her motorcycle over to pick up Alice from her class at the University of Hawaii, as on every alternating day, to take a short ride over to Bananas, where they would serve up sangria and light meals. Alice didn't look exactly like Alice that day.
Hi, Choling. It's me, Princess Alice Chow Wong.
I nearly didn't recognize you with your painted face.
It's my midterm project for my cosmetics fashion elective course. Most of my computer courses are done.
It looks sad, although it's quite lovely and very well done.
It's supposed to be sad. I am painted sorrow. My uncle died in China a month ago, and now my money is low. Although I'll still graduate in 3 months, I can no longer afford my rent. I keep my clothes and stuff in a gym locker and shower there too. Even sleep there.
You can live with Patrick and me in our tented mountain retreat and squeeze in and sleep on the edge of the cot near Patrick. I'll be on the other side of him. I sleep toward the wall. We're returning the favor from when you let us stay with you and Vince.
Really, I could do that? Right next to him? Squeezed?
Any problem? There's a grand and beautiful view up there. We have peace and quiet with a table and food.
Yes. The problem is that I like Patrick. He's always helped me do program and is trying to get me a job.
I know you like him. I could tell as soon as I came along.
I wasn't ready then anyway, but I was more and more drawn. I'd pretend to sleep in the computer center to lean close to him, and I'm sure he knew I wasn't really asleep. It felt great, but I was all involved in schooling.
I know. You were his friend from before I arrived.
Then I went with good old Vince for a while. Strange as he was, since Patrick was with you. So I respected you both. But there's yet another problem.
Thanks, and I think I know what it is, but please tell me anyway.
The big problem is that I love Patrick.
We've done 3 with Colleen. Don't bring pajamas. We don't wear clothes to bed. If something happens, just go with it.
Will do.
I'll call Patrick right now and tell him and ask him before we start work. He's at the fort doing his 1 day of work a week. The war has long been winding down.
Cho smiled, and Alice said, "And the answer is?"
And the answer is?
The answer is that he's going to buy a roast duck in Chinatown for us to eat to celebrate your arrival.
Thank you. My spirit is lifting. I am growing wings.
It's 4:30, Alice. It's time to go and ascend the mountain. Grab 3 bottles of Sangria Alegria. It's okay.
The moonlight spills where shadows sleep. A silver hymn the stars still keep.
In velvet skies where whispers roam, I find the spark that feels like home.
Through the trees, a trembling sigh.
Alice. I'm stopping here for a moment to tell you what to expect, for it's a difficult approach to weather, but I'm good at it. I'll have to go a bit faster since you're on the back. It'll be noisy, bumpy, and quite heart-pounding.
Okay, I'm feeling emotional, in a good way, and raring for adventure after all these years of college study. Are we going all the way to the top?
Velvet shadows dance, they call to me. A golden light spills from the sky. I taste the dawn. I can't deny. Oh, the garden of eternal joy, where sorrow fades, no pain can destroy. Every heartbeat sings, every soul.
I am your shadow and Cho is your light. We ladies are as sundown and sunrise.
Wow, there's a clothes rack inside, Alice. I'll carve the duck and pour the drinks. This is now your home. No more sleeping behind rolled-up gym mats.
Takes flight in the garden. The endless night.
Alice took in the view that was hard to process all at once from this higher point, wherefrom there was so much to see, afar and then nearby, where the birds flew below us, while the wisps of clouds seemed to be well within one's reach, along with a sense of being above it all and beyond the nonsense on the ground.
Oh, the God.